I'm going to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. Today, our work session is to receive guidance from the University of Georgia Carl Vinson Institute of Government regarding the preliminary process of considering the possible creation of a charter review. We have Attorney Lori Brill from the Carl Vinson Institute of Government. She serves on the public service faculty at the university. Ms. Brill. Attorney Brill, will you please?
Yeah,
Good day,
just
Ms.
Lori's
Brill.
fine.
Ms. Brill, good day. Welcome.
Hey.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, you can just call me Lori. Attorney, you don't need to say that. I left that. I wanted to let you know, like she said, I'm Lori Brill. I'm from the Carl Vinson Institute. I have 25 years experience in state and local government. I've worked for the Georgia Secretary of State. I've worked for the legislature. I've worked for a large county in Atlanta, and now at the Carl Vinson Institute. So I have a lot of background in these areas. Right now, I predominantly assist cities and counties with charter and ordinance reviews, as well as technical assistance for operations and strategic planning. My colleague here is Macy Smith. She has her MPA, and she is fantastic. She works with me on all these charter projects. And just to let you know a little bit about my experience in Georgia, I have done charters for towns that are 200, and I've done charters for counties that are 1 million. So it's run the gamut. Some have a lot of political issues, some don't. So I've had experience all around. I was told by Lena that what you wanted to know was how to set up a committee if you went forward in this fashion. Basically, the first thing you would have to do is, in order for you to have a committee, you're going to have to pass a resolution. I'm sure you're aware of that. And the resolution will have to set out certain things about the committee, you know, what the purpose is, when you want it to convene, you know, on this month, and it should probably be about 18 months, and when it should be over, when it should adjourn. The appointments, usually, in this instance, mayors and commission members each get one person to a vote to appoint to the committee. In other places, they have had some of their state delegation on it. That's completely up to you. This entire process is all your decision as far as you want to set it up. If you want any pointers, I can let you know what people have done in other places, but ultimately the decision is yours. You would also need to, if there are any conditions of appointment, things you want to think about are, you wouldn't want to have anyone from the commission on the committee. You wouldn't want to have so no elected officials usually, no directors from Augusta. This county administrator, the county attorney, it should be completely independent, so you should generally not appoint them to the committee. I can't tell you what to do, but I would say don't do it. Also, other things you would have to have in there is, like I said, the number of appointments and who's appointing them, how a member, you're going to even have to go into how a member can be removed, vacancies in the resolution. It's wise to appoint a chairperson. Who you choose to appoint that chairperson is up to you. But there should be a chairperson, and then when the committee meets, generally they will elect a vice chairperson and a secretary. They would also need bylaws, rules, and regulations governing its operation. What, are they going to be using Robert's Rules of Order? What parliamentary rules they would need? How many votes it would take to pass a recommendation? How many people they need for a quorum? That would all be things that you would set up in the resolution. It's also very good to have a point of contact within the city. So for us, usually it's the county manager or county administrator. That way we have someone to go to say, we need this document. We need this information from this department. Because for us to do it, it's just not as effective. I do want to let you know that we do not opine as to the legality of any issue with the charter or the committee. That is for your attorney, your county attorney. So that would always be the case. What else? We went over that. Also, you would also want to put in there if there's any money appropriated to fund the committee. That would be whether it goes to the committee or to hire us, or whoever it is you want. I mean, it might not be us. That was just an example. Whoever you want to assist you with it, you'll probably want to appropriate the money in the resolution. And I will say, the main goal, obviously, every community is looking to do this to improve the efficiency and operations of the government so that you can better serve your citizens. I find that with a lot of these charters, it's been so long since they've been comprehensively reviewed that they have references to laws, state laws, that have been repealed. So those things in the charter aren't even valid at this point. A lot of times I find that the salaries are incorrect based on state law. The age limits for who's running is incorrect based on state law. So there are a lot of things in there that we will look at, or whoever is helping you will look at. I certainly have done it and then informed the committee, this says they have to be 30. State law says they have to be 21. Because that's not opining, that's just telling you what the law is, but to help you fix the problem, amend the problem. So the committee should be completely independent. And our role is to support them, whether it's in helping facilitate meetings, doing research and analysis, gathering documents, whatever they need, that's what we do. And we answer to the chairperson. I think that for a city of this size, you'd be fine with an 11-member committee. You can certainly have more if you want them. It's usually good for it to come from your district, but it doesn't have to. So you would have to set it forth with the resolution. If you do decide to engage us, that's something I've done before. I could help you with writing the resolution. I would definitely need your input, because I cannot come up with these answers on my own. It's what you want, but that would not be a problem. And I'll open it up to questions. That would be much better for me to do it that way.
Well, Lori, thank you so much for opening up, and thank you for the clarification on the resolution. And my first question before I engage the colleagues, that resolution will be passed by this body, by
Yes, sir.
our commission, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. Chair recognizes Commissioner Sean Franklin from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is, you said 18 months. What was that, right off Jump Street, what was that?
18 months is usually how long it takes with a jurisdiction of this size to complete the committee's review, get the report out for us to get the report out, for us to get out. We usually do a red line version.
Okay.
So you can see within the document what's been changed. So that's about how long it takes. It could take as little as a year, but meetings get canceled and other things happen where it takes a lot longer. So on the safe side, I say 18 months.
Okay. Second question is, you said that this body would appoint a chairman before the committee, like of their representatives that are representing them. Is that correct? Is that what you said? This body would?
There will be, you can do it that way.
Okay, because.
One chairman, a chairperson will be appointed. Who you have appoint that one person, you can tell me. But yes.
Yeah, I guess that was my question. Is could the committee appoint this chairperson? Because that seems pretty political up here.
Yeah.
Of who would appoint.
It could, but is that going to be in gridlock and take a lot longer? Should the mayor have, I mean, that's up to you whether it should be the mayor, whether it should be the committee as a whole. I'll tell you in the past, the last one that I did that was this big was DeKalb. but they're a little different structure. They have a CEO. He appointed them, but it's similar to a mayor. But that, like I said, is not my decision, but you could.
And then the money appropriated, what, can you give us an estimate on what something like this would?
I'm not really sure. It's probably with the amount of time. What was it like? Probably, I would say 150 to 200,000.
200,000.
At least.
And have you seen that?
Don't
was there
hold me to that, sir.
No, I'm not. I'm ballparking what it would cost. Have you seen where individuals were hired for this process at all, or is that just the expenditures of going in the community and all the things that we would need to do?
You mean the money appropriated?
Yeah.
I haven't, but I know
Okay.
they've done it in other places in the country.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Fran. My question, you said there's other organizations or groups that do this. Who are they?
I
then?
assume so. I don't know them, but I assume somebody, I mean, your lawyer could do it.
Okay. Okay. All right.
He could review the charter, but I don't know offhand who it is.
Thank you. All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Laurie, thank you for coming before us and the Carl Vinson Institute. I actually, I believe as well as all my colleagues, they actually went to Athens when they first got elected to learn how to become a proper commissioner. One of the classes that we did take was determining the best outcome of a vote. And I think you said it correctly in the beginning. If you could keep it appointed to 11 people, the smaller amount, you get quicker decisions and better decisions. I do like that. The other issue, Commissioner Sean Franum had asked that I had written down, but the question that he did ask, would the cost $200,000 should be appropriated aside for this process. What is that money utilized for?
Well, it would be utilized for our time that we spend, any supplies that we would need, Macy's time, travel expenses. This is very time intensive with a city this big. I will say that.
Okay.
So it's going to probably take more than 50% if we did it of our time during our work week to work on it. So we estimate the amount of time that we will work on the project, and that's how we come up with the number. I know what DeKalb's was. So based on that, that's where I was popping the number in, but I haven't done a budget yet because we haven't been engaged, so I'm not really sure.
Okay. And you said the committee acts independently. We
Yes.
would have, once we appoint the committee members, they decide who the chairman, vice, and treasurer is.
They
And-
could, yeah.
And so as far as us getting involved, we won't be there at the meetings, which is good.
You can be there if you want because they're going to be public meetings.
Okay.
Because they are acting on behalf of the city, so they would have to be an open meeting.
Okay.
Because if there are 11, you're way past the 3-person mark of when you have to hold one.
Okay. And so you'll be here part of the entire process.
Yes. In other instances, we have both been at each meeting. Usually there's a meeting a month. Sometimes towards the end, there are more because you're trying to catch up and get it done. I also recommend maybe having 4 public hearings. The public is allowed to speak at each meeting for a certain length of time like they would in a commission meeting, but we usually recommend that you just have a public hearing where just they speak. Has nothing to do with what the commission thinks that day, we're not going over anything. It's just for them to voice their concerns, voice what they would like in the charter. So 4, we had 4 again? 4, yeah,
Okay. As far as our charter, have you reviewed it at all?
a little bit.
Okay. All right. And I have no further question. Thank you, Ms. Laurie, for coming before us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Folks, I see this as a public meeting. I know there's several stakeholders in the audience. If you guys would like to come up and ask a question or have any concerns, we certainly want to make sure that while Ms. Laurie is here, that we get all our questions answered. I guess I'm going to move forward with a question in that help us understand the process. Once we get a committee, the committee is seated, you start work. we revise a charter, public meetings. What is the next process after then? As I understand, it has to go to the Georgia General Assembly for, can you walk us through that?
Yeah, generally it should go to the Georgia General Assembly because I assume that it's not just the home rule provisions that you are going to be editing. And if it has anything to do with the form of government, compensation, any of that, it's going to have to go to the general legislature. So it's better just to go ahead and have that frame of mind and send it there for approval. And that would probably, if we started soon, let's see here, it might be 2 sessions from now before it would go. But you really want to get it right. You don't want to rush this. And you haven't had a comprehensive review since it was consolidated, correct? Okay. Yeah, a lot of things have changed, and I usually recommend that every 7 to 10 years, depending on the jurisdiction, that you have a charter review committee so that you don't get in a situation.
Would you suggest that that be put in the, I guess once you review the charter, we put that in automatically to every 7 to 10 years?
They can put it in, you can, or they can put it in the charter.
You can put it in the charter, okay. All right. All right. Commissioner Johnson, I see you in the queue. I'm going to come to you first, and then we have a member of the public. Mr. Todd, give me just a second. Commissioner Johnson, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question, so you said that you all have done these before, particularly with DeKalb.
Yes, we have done it.
And those committees were pretty much independent of the elected body.
They must be, yes.
If those appointments are made by the members of that elected body, would that make that committee independent in nature? Or would that still have some type of political implication?
Well, I mean, you would appoint the person, but you wouldn't have any contact, you know. I can't say whether you'd have contact or not, but, you know, the person who, they would act as an independent body. They would not, you would not be able to come in and say, this is what I want it to do. It is all up to them. And if, for instance, one of them didn't want to do something that perhaps someone else thought was a good idea, they're independent. They don't have to.
Have you seen these done in settings that does not give for appointments to committees? Have y'all done those reviews independently in the past?
Oh,
with the
ourselves?
governments? Yes. Have y'all?
Yes.
Have you taken those and just done them and then sent recommendations to the governing body?
Yes. In that instance, what I do is I usually have a kickoff meeting. I'll meet with everyone. It would have to be an open meeting. And I would find out the areas of it that you're concerned about, what you would like changed, any issues you have, and then I will go back. I'll probably sit down with Lena, make sure I got everything, and then I'll start work on it, and little by little, I will send you the red line. I also like to have weekly meetings if I do that.
Which model do you see, from your experience, which model have you seen work most efficiently?
They both do. I think it depends more on the size of the jurisdiction, the political issues.
So for the city the size of Augusta, what would you consider to be the
I
best
think a
route?
committee is a good idea.
Okay, and then when you think of cost, the cost for a committee is around $200,000. That's just on the high end. What would be the cost for an independent review of for just using Carl Vinson?
I'm not sure. I'd have to budget it out and let you know. If that's something you want me to do, I can do that and get back to you.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Mr. Todd, this is a member from the public. If you will, for the record, please state your name and address, please.
Moses Todd, 2747 Deansbridge Road, Augusta, Georgia. So obviously, in 25, 30 years, we need a charter review. Could it be as limited as amending the charter versus making major structural changes?
Amending just sections?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's what it would be. We would go section by section, and that is how we would amend the charter. If there's anything in the section that somebody feels needs to be changed, then that is what the committee would discuss. They would vote on it, and if it passed the amount that the commission sets that they need to pass that recommendation, then I would put it in the red line.
So let's do a hypothetical and say that the community or leadership wanted to do a change from administrator to supervisor or manager. That would be a major change. So in a change like that, we would need, I know we don't need pre-clearances on anything we do anymore, but would it be a possibility that we would need a post-clearance on something that major, or could it be attested to the Justice Department?
No, it wouldn't be, no. The pre-clearance was done away with Shelby versus Holder, so we don't have any of that anymore. And then It really is up to y'all to recommend it to the legislature, and then the legislature would probably put in their 2 cents, the delegation. It's, at the end of the day, it's going to be what they want.
Yes.
So if they don't agree with it, it's not going to go through.
So my final public comment is that I would highly recommend focus groups. I know you said you would have 4 public hearings. I think focus groups is more of a brainstorming than public hearings, and I would suggest focus groups, at least 1 or 2. Thank you.
Sure. And that would be up to the commission, if you all, and or the committee. You can put in the resolution that you want focus groups, or how many public hearings, or you can just leave it up to the committee to decide.
All right, thank you, Mr. Todd. Chair recognizes Commissioner Sean Franham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Lori, from this standpoint of us, we got to pass this resolution with all these entities. Like, how long? What process do you envision? How long would that take us to get that resolution, in front of us? And do we need to have a work session? Do we need what is next steps in your mind to get that resolution moving?
Would that be with us drafting it?
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could probably get it back to you. I'm trying to think what my work schedule is within the month, and then you would discuss it and put it up to pass it in front of the commission.
But all the things you mentioned.
You'd have to tell me that.
Okay, and that's my question.
Yeah.
Like, what does that look like? What is next steps to that to tell you what we would want?
Well, what I could do is I can send to, you could certainly tell Lena and she could tell me, and I can send her some things that generally go into these type of resolutions, and then she could pass it on to you, and you could say, we want 11, we want them appointed this way, we wanted it to start now and then adjourn then. We think that they should have this many public hearings. They should be allowed to have subcommittees if they want. If there's a particular area that's really kind of difficult, they might want to have a subcommittee so they can delve deeper into it.
So I guess I'm going to ask the attorney this question, Mr. Mayor. Does that mean that for us to get where we need to go, does that need to be put on Public Services Committee and have a public discussion about it as the body? Because we can't meet, I'm just trying to move the train here. Can you guide me how we can do that?
Madam Attorney.
What I'm hearing, based on what she said, the resolution is essentially a blueprint.
Right.
So you have a lot of say-so on how you want this process to look like. So, yes, you can do it that way. You can take it to committee. You can have a work session, which I think is the best process here, because it allows you an opportunity to essentially get it all in, because that is going to guide you throughout this whole process, the resolution. So we have to get the resolution right.
Right. Okay. And I think I felt that way too. I just think that we need a resolution that has everything that it could possibly been in it, and then we just go through and we don't want this, we want this, we want to change this,
Sure,
that sort of thing.
And the only thing I was saying as far as what we would need from you is I can't come up with the numbers of how much, when you want to start it. That's all up to you. Those are the only things I would need from you. If you want to, if Robert's Rules of Order are the parliamentary rules you want them to use, then I would need to know that. When a vacancy would occur, because that's completely up to you.
Okay. Well, again, I'm just one, but I feel like we ought to be putting this on the committee pretty quickly. And then from there, the public will get their chance to kind of voice their concerns or thoughts to some of the colleagues up here. But I do feel like the 11-member committee, I'm concerned about the chairman, obviously, because of the politics of it. And I feel like, why couldn't the 11 pick a chairman from there,
They can.
frankly? I kind of feel like that's, I just feel
certainly
like
could.
that would probably be better in our government anyway. But I just want to keep it moving because I think it's needed. Yes, the 200,000, but, we talk about audits and other things to invest in our community. And the fact that we haven't done this in the amount of years that we haven't is kind of embarrassing, frankly. And so I wouldn't be scared away. I'm not scared away from the cost because we've never done it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And yes, Commissioner, they can certainly do it that way, where the committee itself elects their chairman or chairwoman.
All right. Thank you, Lori. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the NA.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori, for the information, because I didn't know where we needed to go, how we need to get where we go, but I think you've given us some good ideas of where we should go. I do believe it should go into committee, and it probably need to go on the Administrative Service Committee so we can move it forward and get the ball rolling. 11 committee members, that's a bit much, but I think. But we have to go with whatever the colleagues saying, so I think we should make a move on it as soon as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to reiterate something that a concern that my colleague from the 7th has about the chairmanship and the political implications that it would provide or that it would present. I think that is no different but the chairman's appointment versus the committee appointment in general. I think that there's going to be some type of political implications regardless of that route that we take. And the only way that this committee would, and this committee being us, would avoid any types of politics is to have it independently done by the Carl Vinson Institute of Government. If that is not the will of this body, then politics is what's going to guide this decision. And we should just be prepared for the political presentation, so to speak. And I just want to put that out there for the record, just so that we're clear. Like, there's a chairman being appointed by this body or the committee. It's going to have the same politics as the commission appointing the members of that committee. It's just going to be that. So it just really decides on the best route that this committee wants to take. It sounds like we want to take the committee approach, which is fine, but understand that there will be politics. It's no way. I'm not understanding how the procedure or how the process would be apolitical. I just don't understand that. So if we're looking for it to be apolitical, then the Carl Vinson Institute route would be the apolitical route. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Laurie, Commissioner Sean Franham had touched on this. As far as a template for the resolution, can you kind of give us a couple templates from the last three charter changes or charter review committees that you have done? Because with us being new at this, we're going to miss some things, and once it gets in place, we go, doggone, we should have thought about this. So I'd rather learn from other people.
Sure.
In order to get make sure we don't leave anything out, because it's hard to change it once it's been set.
Yes, and they do these committees throughout the U.S. A lot of major cities do them. Austin, Dallas, Cleveland, a lot of cities do it this way. So I have no problems. Resolutions, or I can either give you the resolutions, or I can write down what each one has within the context.
Right, and it'll probably give our attorney some guidance as well. So.
Sure.
Thank you, Ms. Laurie. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, we have another comment from the general public. Sir, if you will, come to the mic. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Clarence Lee Powell, 2431 Camelot Drive, Augusta, 30904.
You have the floor, sir.
I noticed that you said that the people appointed to this commission would be independent of the people who are from other places you've been and done this. How did that work?
Well, they would appoint them, so they're not completely independent, but once the committee is formed, they are an independent body and should not be influenced by anything other than each other.
And so what the commission that's appointed decides then would go to in front of the commission.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Be approved, or?
What would happen is when we are done, we draft a report. They're usually very lengthy in jurisdictions of this type, and we will attach the red line version of the charter that the committee has come up with to the back as an exhibit. That cannot be changed. The report cannot be changed. That red line can't be changed. It needs to go to the legislature like that. But usually what happens is that there's a comment period where the commissioners will review it and give their comments to the legislature, essentially saying, I don't think, you might not agree with something, and this is the reason why. This shouldn't be changed, or this should be changed. You know, they wouldn't change the actual red line. They would just comment.
Okay, that was the question. If the folks who are appointed to this particular group decide to change something, and it goes, how would it not get to the, could it not get to the legislature without being changed by the commission? In other words,
Yes, could it get to the legislature as is?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Powell. Are there any other questions from this body or from the audience? Lori, a quick question. Distinguish the difference between a committee and a commission. Does it require, there's no distinction?
In this instance, it's the same.
It's the same, okay.
And I also, yeah, it is the same. Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no further questions or comments, I think Commissioner Franklin mentioned and Commissioner Scott that this is probably coming through the administrative services. Through the committee. All right. So could you give us some guidance on the resolution so we could take it up as a body as we can move forward?
Do you want me to send it to you, to your attorney?
To the clerk of the
To the
commission.
clerk, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
I will do
To
that.
Ms. Bonner. All right.
Certainly.
Last call. Any other questions, comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
If I may, just-
Come to the mic, please.
is it possible to gain some independence for the grand jury, to request the grand jury to do the appointments, and have that ever been done?
All right. Madam Lori, the question's been asked, is that, has it ever been, I guess, the position of a grand jury be specially in panel to make the appointments?
I have never seen it done that way, but my understanding is, I think Clark County might have done it that way, but that's the first time I saw that in Georgia.
Thank you.
right.
Just a thought.
And I do want to make clear that whatever the committee comes up with, it's just a recommendation.
Okay.
So,
Well noted. All right. Seeing no further questions, no other inquiries from this body. Lori, Macy, thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate your time, and looking forward to more dialogue. Madam Clerk? Yes, sir. I think we could close out this special call meeting. All right.
You can adjourn.
And we adjourn. Thank you so much. Let's go. Turner Brown. Let's go. All right, you ready? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Augusta Richmond County Commission. Today, we're going to recognize Glioblastoma Awareness Day, and that we have two loved ones that are members of this government that unfortunately are suffering from a brain tumor. Ms. Rachel Mack, please pray for her and her family. Mr. Brad Kaiser, this morning we recognize both, and we just want to send our prayers on behalf of this city and on behalf of this commission. Madam Clerk, with that being said, let's call this meeting to order.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Our invocation today will be shared with us by the senior pastor, Ron Jones of the Hill Baptist Church, after which we'd have our Pledge of Allegiance. Would you please stand?
I'd like to thank you all for the privilege of being here with you again to open this session with the word of prayer. And so now will you join me as we go to the Lord in prayer? God, we come to you with thankful hearts for who you are and for what you're doing in our city. We thank you for your presence here with us this afternoon. And we know that where we are, you are. And we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, in whom you offer us life to the full and the ability to understand your will. We thank you for the many churches that are seeking to be a blessing to our city. And I want to thank you for our elected officials. Thank you for Mayor Johnson's willingness to serve. Thank you for Commissioners Johnson and Pulliam, McKnight, Mason, Williams, Lewis, Frantham, Garrett, Scott, and Guilfoyle, and their willingness to serve the citizens of our city. And now, Lord, I pray that you will give these public servants discernment to know not only the difference between what is right and what is wrong, but also between what is better and what is best. And Lord, I pray that you would give them wisdom and creativity as they promote ideas, solve problems, and make decisions regarding our city's welfare. And Lord, I pray you would give them a heart of compassion, knowing that every decision they make impacts the lives of people made in your image. Now, God, may we all be open to your influence today, that we may do your will and promote the flourishing of this city. It's in the name of Jesus Christ that I offer this prayer. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good to see you again, Pastor. Yes, ma'am. Pastor, thank you for that prayer of goodwill, encouraging us. Jesus said that we ought to pray for those that are in authority. And we really appreciate you sending up that timber on our behalf.
Yes, ma'am.
By these presents be it known that Ron Jones, senior pastor of the Hill Baptist Church, is the chaplain of the day. May his spiritual guidance and civic leadership serve as an example for all citizens of Augusta. Given under my hand the 17th day of July, 2024, Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pastor Jones, thank you again for being here in that prayer.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Next, we will have our recognitions. The Augusta Commission would like to offer its congratulations to our 2024 June Years of Service 25 to 50-year recipients. Ms. Anita Rookert, our HR Director, will proceed.
Good afternoon, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners, Interim Administrator, and our good citizens of Augusta. It gives me great joy on behalf of the HR Department to recognize our June Years of Service recipients. For the month of June 2024, we had 30 employees celebrating 5 to 50 years of service with Augusta. This afternoon, we'd like to recognize our 25 to 50 years of service recipients. For the month of June, the total years of service being recognized and institutional knowledge being recognized today is 230 years. So when I call your name, please come forward. Mr. Paul Lagasse, Information Technology, 25 years. Mayor, while I have you here, I wanted to take this time to recognize all of our interns that we've had serving here in Augusta this year. So first, I want to recognize our college students who are serving with us this year. The first one that I'm calling is Carl H. Gantz. Mason Graves. Emmanuel Femnu. They over there. Jessica Brown. Rayleigh O'Reilly Roundtree. Finally, Mayor, I'd like to recognize all of our high schoolers that work with us through a program called Youth Leadership Augusta. Would all of those students please stand? These are all the young people that worked with us through the summer that go to practically all of our high schools here in this area. They've worked in every area from engineering, the coroner's office, HR, the finance team. This was a great group to work with, so thank you all. That's it.
Again, congratulations to those service award recipients. Also, thanks to the next generation of Augusta workers, to our college interns as well as our high school summer interns as support from the Augusta Metro Chamber. So thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for your hard work this summer. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to our delegation portion, correct?
Yes, sir. Our first delegation, item B, Mr. Lawrence Anthony Brennan, regarding adopting a policy requiring SPLOS applicants to exercise felon-friendly hiring practices.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Brennan, are you here? I see you, sir.
Yeah.
If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Lawrence Anthony Brandon, 445 Finwood Street, Augusta, Georgia, 30901.
Thank you, sir. You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. May it please the commission. In February 1768, a slogan appeared for the first time in the headline of a London magazine printing a Lower County speech on the declaratory bill of sovereignty of Great Britain over the colonies. It read, in effect, no taxation without representation. The slogan expressed one of the primary grievances of the American colonists for Great Britain. In short, many colonists believed that as they were not represented in the distant British Parliament, any taxes imposed on the colonists were unconstitutional and were a denial of the colonists' rights as Englishmen. Hence, this fundamental philosophy, no taxation without representation, has been a bedrock principle of this great nation we call the United States of America since the American Revolution. Fast forward to a March 14, 2024 article published by FWD.US titled Immigration Benefits All Americans and Strengthens the Economy, and read in part that immigrants pay nearly $525 billion annually in federal, state, and local taxes, a vital contribution to revenue. This number includes contributions from refugees and people seeking asylum whose economic contributions significantly outweigh any support they receive from the government, and undocumented immigrants who pay nearly $50 billion in taxes annually despite being ineligible to access most federal or state-funded benefits. Their payments sustain crucial public benefits like Social Security and support public services like schools and roads. To sum it up, they have been forced to pay or not being allowed to pay despite their contributions playing a key part in keeping many state and federally funded social programs solvent, which brings me to why I'm here today. When the $300 million SPLOST wish list was made public, it concerned not only me but other ex-offenders who, having sought opportunities from some of the SPLOST applicants, were rejected because of convicted felon status. Yet, we are still somewhat obligated to contribute to the funding of projects for these SPLOST applicants. Simply put, ex-offenders residing in Augusta, Richmond County are being forced to pay or not being allowed to pay. Logic dictates that one way to heal this malady is to adopt a policy that mandates SPLOST applicants be felony-friendly in their hiring practices. Now, before any objections are made, if any, I remind this commission that each of you have a duty to represent the entirety of your districts, which undoubtedly includes convicted felons. If you have any in your district, and all of you do, you represent them as well. Mr. Mayor, convicted felons residing in the Augusta, Richmond County area are also members of your constituency, and therefore this grievance not only falls on the place of district representatives, but yours as well. Felons need better opportunities to earn higher pay. A lack of opportunities not only harm the convicted felon, but those living in a household in which the felon is primary provider. Some studies have shown that an inability to adequately support a household has led to the breaking up of many households, leaving some children in a one-parent household, which study shows put the child further at risk of becoming an offender. Some studies have also shown that where opportunities for convicted felons to obtain higher paying jobs, livable wage jobs increase, recidivism decreases, which equates to a reduction in crime, which only means good for the whole community. In closing, I want to emphasize that I am not a spokesman for any body of people or organization other than the Justice Impact of Reformation Society Incorporated, a nonprofit I founded. I also want this commission to understand that I am not here to operate as a fox in anyone's hen house. I am simply an advocate that is advocating for better opportunities for convicted felons who reside in the Augusta, Richmond County area are subject to the SPLOST tax. It is not like I am suggesting ex-offenders be hired to jobs for which they are unqualified. I am only advocating for more sincere and fair opportunities to obtain better paying jobs, and one way that can happen is if the SPLOST applicants requesting funding are placed under pressure to be more inclusive during the hiring process. If any other SPLOST applicants requesting funding have policies against hiring felons, then felons should not have to contribute to any renovations or expansions or any other funding related to that particular SPLOST applicant. These types of applicants want the fruits of the felon's labor, but not the felon. Is that morally right? No, it is not.
1 minute.
Okay. This commission knows it. I know it, whether or not anyone on this commission is willing to say it. Therefore, I humbly request that, pursuant to sections 125C and 125D of Chapter 2, Article 1 of the Augusta Richmond Code of Government, this commission adopt this policy. I think I sent each one of you an email. I'm not sure if you got it. Requiring SPLOST applicants to be felony-friendly in their hiring practices. If this commission wishes not to take action today, then I humbly request that, pursuant to 110.6 of Section 1213 of Chapter 2, Article 1 of the Augusta Richmond Code of Government, this matter be placed on the agenda for the second regular meeting following this date, at which time the commission should take action. With that, I'll welcome the commission's questions, if there are any.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from this body? Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the first, Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to hear justice impact being discussed at the meeting today. That's great, because we just had a conversation with our jail a couple days ago, so this is good timing. Just a question for either legal or our administrator. Are we able to pass some type of policy like this, or are we able to encourage what Mr. Brandon is asking through SPLOST or any other types of bidding or things of that nature?
I think we need to take a look at that, but my initial impression would be that we could pass on and impose policies consistent with Augusta policies.
Okay, all
And
right.
that comes in, Augusta has policies that does not, in all case, absolutely ban someone who's been convicted of a criminal activity from employment. So I think that's something could be looked at and developed.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
If I may.
You got that,
Thank you.
Mayor.
If I'm, okay.
Very briefly, quickly.
Okay, yeah, if I may. Yeah, I understand that, some of these companies, Augusta policy does not explicitly ban offenders. But what I'm talking about is what I'm speaking toward is the SPLOST applicants, some of whom do not hire ex-offenders, some of whom do not hire ex-offenders. And I think I sent each one of you an email of the policy that I was proposing. Now, I understand that maybe you may not want to accept it in its current form, but maybe something can be passed that has similar language. Okay, that's what I'm proposing. If not in its current form, but that has similar language.
Thank you, sir. All right, really appreciate your presentation, appreciate your engagement and your passion. I ask that you continue to send us letters, continue to stay engaged. I could see possibly at some point we could discuss this as part of one of our committee cycles, so just stay engaged, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next delegation, item D, Patricia A. Jeter, regarding a $15 million of SPLOST 9 funds for full-service community within walking distance or close proximity of the communities on Jimmy Dias Parkway.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Jeter, welcome. For the record, please state your name and address.
Hello, Honorable Commissioners. My name is Patricia Jeter, and I am located at 4102 Elders Drive. I am also a community influencer and founder of West Augusta 6 Communities, the Jeter Foundation. I am here asking or requesting $15 million in applicable residual funds to do land acquisition for a community center, and the additional funds to come from Splash 9, requesting that this community center be crafted or developed in phases. So once the land is acquired, to begin with something as simple as a walking trail for our community. There's several locations on Jimmy Dias that I have been looking at and doing some research, and there's one next to the Circle K on Jimmy Dias, which the pastor is willing to speak with the board in regards to. They own 27 acres, and they're willing to sell us anywhere from 5 to 10 acres. There's also another location in front of Fort Gordon. I spoke to the owner of that land. It's currently a agricultural strip, and it could actually accommodate a walking trail, some type of nature trail, to preserve some of the forestry and a community center. There's already a foundation there for it. And I've been told that there's some land on Jimmy Dias in which a church, First Pentecostal Church, they were clearing it for a church, but they may no longer be coming to that particular property and might be willing to sell it to the county. So, but we are in need of a community center that would support our disabled veterans that have honorably served our country, our military, our disabled residents in our community, our children, first and foremost, that are currently in the streets and getting in trouble. Community centers are the centers that bind community, neighborhoods together. We don't have that. Our tax dollars continue to increase because of our property values. And so I do believe that our area does deserve a community center. I've been here several times. You guys know me. I'm not a stranger. And yes, I'm begging. and this is the third time, and some of the commissioners have offered their suggestions in regards to possibly working to build a community center in phases. We are open to all of that, but nevertheless, I do have some others that want to speak. I would like to end with, please consider our community. We don't have anything to enrich our community. Yes, we're blessed to have a Kroger. We're thankful for that. Thank you to Commissioner McKnight and John Clark and some other commissioners that advocated on our behalf because we were a food desert. But the only thing that we're not complete with is a community center, which I'm asking that you please consider any applicable case law that would allow you to consider residual streams of county funds, and that would allow you to support the disabled, veterans, as well as our community and the children that have nowhere to go, as well as support the mayor when he comes to visit us. We don't got to run all around town and find a community center to talk to you commissioners. We would have something of our own to be able to conjugate. Thank you, and I will let somebody else speak.
All right, ma'am, you got about a minute and a half for the record. Please
Okay, I was
state your
going to
name and
ask what
address.
my time was. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor. According to one of, let's see what it is, Wallet Hub.
I need for the record, name and address.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Valerie Lawton, 4580 Logan's Way, Augusta.
Thank you.
Okay. According to Wallet Hub, okay, which is a website, they test cities on how healthy they are. And Augusta got an F. Out of 182 cities, our health score is 177. Health care was out of 182 cities is 156. The rubric that they use is green space and places that you can exercise, food, and then access to health care. I was kind of surprised at these figures, but I think that we really need to bring these figures up. Having green space, having a center for everybody that we can gather in a healthy way is something that all of us can benefit from. And I would offer our support in helping you to bring the score of Augusta up. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Next. For the record, please name and address.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Myrna Corker, and I live at 5116 Devon Lane.
All right, you have a few seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, there are two things that are very important to the residents: their children and their loved ones, and also their home. In our area, it is congested, and I believe that with us having a community center, it will be a help area for everyone connected to our area. We share the lane. Motorists have to share the lane with children on the bikes, children on skateboards, children driving golf carts, and also pedestrians that's walking. We don't have anywhere to go. Then you have residents. They want to have gatherings. When they have gatherings bring cars, people. They're parked along the side. You can't hardly ever really get through because of the congestion. If you have a community center, the community center brings community. One thing it does, it gives idle mind something to do. Children who don't have anything to do, they get busy, they get anxious. Then you have other areas of concern. You have the idea maybe robbery, break-in, or what have you. So we have to look at the fact that we need for our area to grow, we need to be more communable. Time now is different than before. People do not talk to their neighbors. They do not get out. They don't do things together. You can have a community center that is going to bring all the communities together, even the little animals, the dogs. We could have a dog park. They're a part of the family, just like any other animal. And you have your children, you have the adults. So with you having these areas, you can have an outside area that is open to the public. You could also have an inside area that is there have the same projects, and it is being ran throughout the whole year. Another thing, you are giving the community a time to have some type of job set up for the children. You know, like mind thinks together. They're working, they're there, they're a part of it. It's inspiration. It makes the area grow. We are losing our children, and it's because of the fact that we have to start thinking broadly. We have to not stop thinking about right now, but think about in the future what we are going to do to keep our children invested in what the generation of our parents and ancestors have brought to the forefront. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you so much. All right, sir, you got to bring it up.
Okay. How you doing? Yeah, my name is Cornell Great. I reside at 3190 Lexington Way, Augusta, Georgia, 30909. And I'm a caveat on Ms. Jeter, what she said about our community. It gives residents and individuals opportunity to gather and interact. Okay, it builds friendships, improve well-being, reduce isolation. Because you said out of minds, when you have out of minds, things tend to wander. Provides ideals and solutions for people to congregate and talk about. All right, provides health awareness, reduce heart-related diseases, other health issues, and mainly it sheds a positive light on mental awareness or mental health, which is a society problem that we have. Our kids in the community, this will provide a place to go where we have technology, probably provide laptops for them to do the work on after school. I've been residing in the area for 14 years now. Augusta as a whole continues to grow, and it's not going to stop. We have to change, and in the area that we live in, we do not have homeowners association, and that's just the way the infrastructure is laid out. So a community center will bring our whole area together. I am a military disabled vet, okay? And like I said, we have to change. So this proposal for a community center would be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, sir. All right, see no colleagues in the queue. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate y'all being here. Now's the time to have discussions as we've begun the talks regarding SPLOST 9, so we hear you loud and clear, and please continue to engage in those meetings as they move forward, okay? Thank y'all for being here. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Okay, that takes us to Delegation E, Morgan Hicks, regarding a children's entrepreneurship program.
Ms. Hicks, good day.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, and yourself?
Good. For the record, please state your name and address.
Okay, so Morgan Hicks, and it's 405 Daffodil Drive. We're coming from Atlanta.
Okay, is the young lady beside you going to be speaking as well?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Janae James. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
All right, need your address, please, for the record.
244 Silverthorne Drive,
Thank you.
Douglasville.
Thank you so much. You have 5 minutes.
Awesome sauce. Okay, so I did email each and every one of you guys our entrepreneurship program. I don't know if you was able to see it or not. So we're going to go a little bit through it, and then if you have any questions at the end, feel free to ask, okay? So basically, we are working with the Boys and Girls Club to bring on entrepreneurship program for the children. So by the end of the 6-week program, they would have already started a business, LLC, EIN, so forth, so forth. The reason why is because I'm from Augusta. I went to Hepzibah High. I graduated in 2008. And even back then, we barely had anything. We had teen clubs, the mall, the skating ring, and the movies. And even back then, we were bored. We got into mischief, but it wasn't as bad as it is today. Now, when I scroll on my timeline, I'm sorry, Augusta's turned into like a little Chicago with our children. Every time you turn around, somebody's getting shot and killed, somebody's getting arrested. They don't have anything positive to look forward to. So this entrepreneurship program will actually help put things in perspective. And so what we're doing, we're coming here now to actually ask for you guys' support. We're looking for mentorship. We're looking for investors. We're looking for volunteers. The reason why is because this will also put money back into Augusta. In one day, the masters make $20 million. There should be no reason why Augusta and its community is poor and is in poverty. When you literally drive around Augusta, it should look like Atlanta. We're literally in the center where you're like 2 or 3 hours away from Atlanta, 2 hours from Savannah, about 2 hours from Florida. There should be no reason why the only money that we're really making is from masters, military, and medical. So I'm proposing this so we can have something else to be proud of, so we can be able to generate our future entrepreneurs, and then that can be another mecca that we're here for. So outside of people just swarming in for a week or two for masters, now we can bring other communities down here that want to engage into this entrepreneurship program, because by the time their children walk away, they have fully functioning businesses. They also understand about business. They understand about teamwork. It gives them a sense of community and pride. So when you have a sense of pride, you don't want to go out there and shoot up your community. When you know that your community is backing you, you don't want to, trash your community. And then on top of that, when they grow older and they're our age, they're literally going to have a sense of community, and they're going to do the same for the next generation. So if Augusta is going to grow, we have old money, but we need more than old money. We have to invest in our own youth, because if not, we're not going nowhere. Like, don't nobody want to come to Augusta. I left Augusta because there's no opportunity here. So everybody that leaves Augusta is more money coming out of Augusta's pocket. We need to bring more people in. So that's what we're proposing for our entrepreneurship for our children.
All right. Really appreciate you guys being here. There are opportunities for those who want to live, work, and play here in Augusta. But could we do better? Of course we can. We certainly appreciate you bringing this important topic to us today. You live in Atlanta now. We need you to come back and fight this fight. Don't fight it from Atlanta.
Well, that's why I came here.
Okay, good. All right.
While I'm talking to the Boys and Girls Club, because they're on board, and we just have to have the CEO to sign off on it. So I've already talked to the Sheriff's Department. They're on board.
Gotcha.
So I'm coming out to our community. I'm calling Augusta out. I'm calling out our entrepreneurs. I'm calling out our businessmen, because these children need to know that they're important.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a few questions from some of my colleagues. Chair recognizes Commissioner Sean Franham from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Hicks, for bringing the program in front of us. I had 2 questions. Have you done this presentation in front of the Board of Education?
Not in front of the Board of Education. So honestly speaking, that is a goal of ours, to implement this into the school systems as well. So the Boys and Girls Club right now is going to be kind of like ground zero. So then you can be able to see the results from the actual program.
Okay. And what about the chambers of commerce that we have? We have a few different chambers of commerce.
No, so this is, because actually, initially I called the mayor's office, and then they actually told us that we needed to schedule a meeting for the Board of Commerce, yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's a great program, and I appreciate your efforts to make our community better. We have a lot of opportunity, but we need more, and we definitely need to support our children more for sure. But I think those 2 entities would definitely be able to support you, where we have some of these hub starter-based entrepreneur places as well already here. But to utilize your vision and support, I think will just enhance our community. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Franham. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hicks, right, Ms. Hicks? You lost me at Hepzibah High School.
Oh. You know what? We're
As a cross-street Razorback. But you got me back with Boys and Girls Club, so that's good. Any Hepzibah rebels in the audience, I'm sorry. Simple question. What kind of support would you be looking for from the city? If the city in the perfect world said, let's do it, what would that support look like?
Okay, awesome. So what we will be looking for is mentors, because after this program finish, their life still go on. The businesses still moves on. So the whole point is to also be able to put money back into the family's pockets, because let's be honest, the economy is getting no better. It takes about 2 or 3 incomes just to be able to live comfortably, not even to be able to surpass and do what you want, just to be able to make sure your bills are paid and that you can put just a little bit aside for tomorrow, for just in case. And by the time these children become our age, there's no telling where our economics are going to be at. And they need to be able to have another way of knowing how to make money, because I'm going to be honest with you, a 9-to-5 is fictitious stability. profitability. It's based off somebody else seeing your potential for you to make money, and as soon as they feel as though you're no longer an asset, you're gone. So they need to be able to know what their options are. And if this can be something where they can start this and they can finish it and continue it, this can also be generational wealth for them as well.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Scott from the 9th, the floor is yours, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Hicks, thank you for coming. I did read your presentation. And Commissioner Johnson, she's all right because her family are all wildcats.
All right.
I just want to make sure we have Ms. Ronique West from the Greater Augusta Black Chamber here. Did I see her in here today? And make sure you connect with her. She may be able to guide you somewhere, and also continue.
She's gone. Sue left.
And also continue to work with Ms. Gray at the Boys and Girls Club. And I think with those two and whatever we can do, I think we could possibly look at something. But thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Hicks, thank you for coming before this body and doing this presentation. Do you have any brochures, et cetera, that we could share amongst our constituents that has young youth that would be looking forward to something like this?
So currently, right now, it is the project proposal that I email all of you guys pertaining to it. So once we actually get everything solidified with the Boys and Girls Club, then I can be able to give you more information. Because right now we're just waiting on the CEO to go ahead and approve it for funding, because again, it's going to need funds. And then I can be able to give you a better perspective of timeline, you know, everything else. And then we're also working with a company named Genesis. They're based out in Texas, and they already have something similar to this implemented in Texas. The only difference is versus them creating a business or helping the children create a business for themselves, they actually work as a unit, and they put on charity benefits. And that business, they run, you know, the business for the charity benefit. They've been doing it for 5 years, and they already have a proven program, and they said they're willing to come help with mentorship and also help us with the program as well to set that up so it'd be more efficient. So once we can get all of that together, trust me, I will make sure you guys get the email.
Ms. Hicks, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. Ms. Hicks, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate and applaud your passion. And thank you for educating us today, okay?
Thank you.
All right. You guys take care. Have a safe trip home.
All right.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Our next delegation F, Mr. Brian Green, regarding downtown Augusta, security and traffic control.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Brian, Mr. Green, welcome, sir. Name and address, and you have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn. Just here today with a few thoughts, not as an expert, but just as a concerned citizen, and you know, having made a few observations of myself as far as the downtown Augusta goes. I actually believe that this conversation right here could be about, what, 10 years old, maybe. 10 years past what it, you know, should have been, but concerning downtown. Recently, we had an incident, because everybody here probably was aware, obviously, about the incident, about the shooting and whatnot. And that incident, I think, caused a tide change. Definitely had some political implications, we'll say. But I like to say this, though, and speaking about downtown, downtown is one area of Augusta. And, you know, we have problems throughout Augusta. We have our own problems here. So downtown is just one area, you know, of concern. I don't think it's totally right. I'm not here to speak on behalf of anybody. Certainly not the sheriff or sheriff's department, but I don't think it was completely fair after it was made public that that office was shorthanded. The sheriff's department is not in place to make sure my business, your business thrives and has its patrons come, get drunk, go, get a little rowdy or whatever the case. The sheriff's office is designed to keep the city safe, close the jail safe. And I say this because I believe in being fair. I just think we need to take a different look on how we look at downtown. So getting to the meat of it is this. I think there are three different parts here of concern. There's a city part, yourselves, this panel. There's a law enforcement aspect, and obviously the business owners. I believe out of those three entities, you can amass a plan to secure downtown, and I use the terminology secure, right? More orderly. That means control traffic, control foot traffic, control ports of entry. And I mentioned this, and the attorneys here, I don't know how legal it is. Are you able to, as a panel, designate downtown a portion, just say from 7th Street to 12th Street as a entertainment zone? Inside of the entertainment zone, there are rules. No one under 21, that sort of thing. Is there something totally wrong with maybe the businesses, if they were willing to shut down at midnight? So you can arrange your security from 8 to 12. I was told that there's still groups roaming about well after 2:30. And I've driven down here recently just to see that, and I was surprised on the people still hanging around Augusta. So my question to you all, is that what you want your downtown to be? Probably like most of you, I've been to quite a few cities in the United States. And yeah, they have restaurants, but typically clubs, when you get to the nightclub, that's a different crowd, folks. That's just a different crowd. And the one question I want to leave with you today to chew on is, what do you want downtown to be? Because that's a whole different group right there. We're tying up manpower, hats off. And again, hats off to Richmond County Sheriff Deputy. They showed up undermanned, understaffed, or whatever, and did their jobs. And, of course, the Georgia Highway Patrol, Georgia State Patrol, showed up in force as well. But when you do that, without structure, all you're doing is adding to the mob. If there's a mob downtown, I'm using the term mob, big crowd, and you send in more law enforcement, there's a clash there. You're going to have a reaction from that, but that's not necessarily structure. If you structured this downtown, it doesn't matter. From Monday through next Monday.
1 minute, sir.
Yeah, thank you. You can have it in order, so when candlelight, what's the food thing, and on the weekends, the farmer's market, or if you're expecting a big crowd, Friday, Saturday, you're already set for it. Everybody knows their place. So I'm not here as an expert on security. I do have that in my background. Not just military police, but sergeant of the guard. I do have that. But I'm just here mainly as a concern. And it does matter. But we can keep doing what we're doing right now. I don't see the humor in this, but we can keep doing what we're doing right now and just doing the action, reaction. Or we can get down to business. We can get downtown to where it's in order, controllable, just like they do up the street. It's really the same plan they use in the Masters, basically. The closer you get to the Masters doing the Masters, right, the more enforcement. The further you get away from the Masters, less important.
Thank you, Mr. Green. There's a colleague in the queue, Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Green, I think you might be a little early bringing this before this commission because, as we all know, we got a newly elected sheriff that takes office come January. I think with what he's going to be putting together is a top-shelf staff, and he realizes the important needs of the security downtown, as well as all of Augusta, Richmond County. His vision is going to be different than what we have present, and I look forward to seeing some good changes happen. So anytime that you would like to discuss this, the newly elected sheriff is reachable by phone at any given time during normal business hours, and it might be a good suggestion to bounce this off of him as well.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Guilfoyle,
if I got to respond, I'll respond.
All right. Yes, sir.
And I'll do no disrespect, Mr. Guilfoyle, fine commission person. We don't have a sheriff-elect at this point. We have a presumed sheriff-elect. That's the first thing. There is no sheriff-elect till after November of this year. And I'm not meaning to be confrontational with you, sir. I know
No,
that's
you're
the
good.
perception, but it's presumed sheriff-elect. And so we just need to find out who that person's going to be after November. But I know that I've heard some of the plans of the presumed sheriff-elect, and one of them was to have, I think, a deputy on every corner. Don't necessarily agree with that, but, everybody has their own ideas. I like this idea here because it gets you ready for any event that you're going to be having downtown. And I say that with all due respect to you.
Oh, absolutely, Mr. Gray.
With all due respect.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Green, thank you for coming before us today. Downtown safety is certainly something that's a priority of all of ours. Just want to give you a quick update on what's going on with that regard. And you mentioned an entertainment zone. Well, we're in the process of building that now. We had a meeting probably a month or so ago to lay out the parameters of an entertainment zone in downtown Augusta to do exactly what you're mentioning, to confine the entertainment and that activity and certain activities in specific areas so that we can put manpower in a specific area, which will give us the opportunity to utilize the short staff as much as possible. Downtown is not unsafe as people would say that it is. Downtown is not the Wild Wild West as sometimes the media wants to portray it to be. But there are challenges in the sheriff's office. But just for information's sake, we are creating an entertainment district, and the idea would be to absolutely address what you're saying, and not only just for the safety aspect of it, but for the recreational aspect of it as well. Every city the size of Augusta has a zone, and I think Augusta, as you said, is a little behind on the zone. But on-time comments, so we thank you for your input.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Mr. Green.
Can I address my colleague in District 1?
Yes, sir.
And I
We've
know,
got
I think you,
30 seconds.
Okay, I think you serve on the DDA or whatever. I want to go before the DDA, but you all had a scheduled shift, and I think the first public announcement is August, so I want to get this in July. So I'm trying to be, I want to be more organized with this, but I'll have no problem coming before y'all with a more detailed plan. It's just something I'm offering to say, could it help the city? So, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What's one other colleague, Commissioner Sean Fran from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Green, for coming before us. As my colleague stated, we've been working on this entertainment zone for many years, and there's still a long way to go with it. But another conversation me and my colleague from the first had is that most of these incidents that are happening are at midnight or after, and most of these incidents are kids under 21. I think that we have got to take a look at a strong look at possibly putting some kind of curfew in place, because these kids should not be roaming the streets, jumping on cars, shooting fireworks. We had fireworks being shot all through downtown Augusta on 4th of July, and there's an accountability to the parents as well. So I think that's a conversation that has to happen in the future. The new sheriff is going to be the new sheriff who it is right now. That's a fact. But and I feel like he does have a good suggestion and plan of what he wants to do. But we also have to understand that you can't be everywhere. He can't. If he had a person on every block, that doesn't mean they're going to go around the corner and do it. He or she. So we got to be understanding that maybe there's things that we have to look at to do differently to hold parents accountable, frankly. And I think that to say downtown Augusta is not safe is not a true statement. This stuff is all happening after hours. It's not happening during the hours. To be honest with you, one of the problems we're having in downtown Augusta is the homeless situation of things. People have been naked walking into establishments asking for money. That's been more the issue, frankly, than crime in downtown Augusta before midnight. So I think that it's definitely something we need to look at. It's definitely something this body needs to support, but we need to give our new sheriff the opportunity to kind of help that. But we also have a community responsibility, I think, from the kids' perspective, because if you look at what's happened, it is mainly kids under 21 when it's happened. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Green, certainly appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much, sir. I think that concludes all of my colleagues that have comments, so thank you so much, okay?
All right.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's move forward. Item G, but we're going to combine it with an agenda item 29. If there's no objection from this body, it's regarding the Best Friends Animal Society proposal, and the administrator will also chime in, so if there's no objections, let's move forward with delegation item G, with the understanding that we're not going to take on item number 29.
We're not taking on item 29.
we're going to combine them. Just combine them all
making
together.
them companion items?
Companion items. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
G and 29.
Okay.
All right.
Item G, Ms. Angelo Bacchus regarding Best Friends Animal Society proposal. And item 29 is an update from the administrative staff regarding proposal from the Best Friend Animal Society.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Can we do the consent agenda first, only because all these people are waiting, and this is going to be a long item? So can we do a consent agenda real quickly?
Yeah, we have some addendums too.
Yeah.
So we do
Before
have
we
some-
do 29 and G?
Yep.
Get these people that have been sitting here out of here?
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 22, items 1 through 22. For the benefit of any objectors to our planning items, would you please signify your objection by raising your hand once the petition is read? Item 1 is a final plat approval at 3140 Skinner Mill Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Seeing none, let's continue.
Item 2 is requesting an amended condition number 2 on zoning case 22411 affecting property located at 728 Hurd Avenue and 2083 Heckle Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Seeing none, let's continue.
Item 3 is for a special exception to allow for dispensing of medical low THC oil affecting property located at 3736 Mike Paget Highway. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this item?
Okay.
Let's continue.
For the benefit of any objectors to our alcohol petitions, once these petitions are read, would you please signify your objection by raising your hand? Item number 6 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the Fresh Take Grocery located at 2907 Washington Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Seeing none, let's continue.
Item 7 is a request for an on-premise consumption beer and wine with Sunday sales for property located at 2907 Washington Road. Are there any objectors?
See no objectors.
Item number 8 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used at a location at 3317 Peach Orchard Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Seeing none, let's continue.
Item number 9 is a request for a retail package for beer and wine to be used at a location at 1714 15th Street. Are there any objectors?
Seeing none, madam, let's continue.
Item number 10 is a request for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location 4102 Windsor Spring Road. Are there any objectors?
Seeing none, let's continue.
Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 22 with no objectors to our planning or alcohol petitions.
Okay. All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner Sean Franham from the 7th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to add agenda items 27 and 28 to the consent agenda.
27 and 28.
27, 28, okay. See no objection. All right. Madam Clerk, Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 1st, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to pull item 13.
13. All right. Pulling 13. All right. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Yes, I'd like to add item 26 to consent.
All right, 26 to consent.
No, we have a couple questions there from the commission.
There's a couple of questions. So, Madam Clerk, we're going to remove 26. All right. Commissioner Bobby Williams.
Are you going to do the addendum?
Yes, sir. We're going to get to him in just a second here.
Okay, I have a question on that, Ms. Vaughn.
About the addendum?
Yeah, you want me to wait?
Yeah, just wait. Well, let's get through this, and I'll have the clerk to read the addendum items, okay? All right, so there's a motion. Wait a second.
Second.
Well, we got to do the addendum first. Madam Clerk, if you will, do the addendum because there's one in there we need to add for legal.
Okay. Our proposed addendum agenda, item 1, Savannah River Keeper regarding historic tree preservation in the downtown quarter, requested by Mayor Garnett L. Johnson. Item number 2 is to discuss trees being cut down, requested by Commissioner Catherine McKnight. Item number 3, a deletion from Christina and Alvin Watson regarding Bike Baby Bring, to be deleted from today's agenda. We have one additional planning item. It's a final plat approval for concurrence with the Planning Commission to approve a petition of a final plat approval for Bellmead Landing containing 67 lots located at 2345 Golden Camp Road. We have one additional item, is a motion to discuss hiring process for the general counsel's position.
All right, colleague, let's chime in. Commissioner from the first.
Yes, sir. I would like to take these addendum items 1 and 2 and forward them to the Engineering Services Committee meeting. There's going to be a town hall meeting for the Old Town and Downtown neighborhoods this Monday night at 6 p.m. at Heritage Academy. And I believe that will be a better forum without time constraints for us to discuss these issues. I am in no way saying that I am against what you're asking because I do support your ask. But Monday there will be a town hall meeting. And then at our next Engineering Services Committee, this item can be based off of what we discuss as a community on Monday night.
Thank you,
so I want to object to having these added to the commission today.
So Commissioner Johnson has objected to the items 1 and 2 on the addendum being discussed here today.
Can I also, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, can I also add to that?
Certainly, go ahead.
So just so that we can kind of quell some of the speculation here, we've also asked that trees in downtown, any movement on replacing existing trees be halted until we have an opportunity to speak as a community. And our engineering department director he is amendable to that. And so this is why I'm saying there's already efforts in place to discuss this item. Monday at our town hall meeting would be the proper place for that, with the engineering department and project management leaders in the room at the same time, because they're not here today.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. He's objecting to item 1 and 2, so he's going to discuss it at his town hall on Monday. All right, Commissioner Bobby Williams, you have the floor, sir.
I want to put Bellmead Landing on the consent.
All right, Madam Clerk, he'd like to add the Bellmead Landing on consent. And that leaves us only with...
Okay, there are no objectors to... Okay.
All right. Are there any objectors to us consenting the final motion of us, addendum motion going to legal?
Okay.
Is there any objection?
Yeah.
No objection.
No objection?
Motion to approve.
So who's second? You, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Johnson.
I'm coming to you. All right. All right. All right. Commissioner McKnight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that when we do have...
Yeah, 4.
That when we do have this meeting Monday night, that we make sure that we include the tree commission and make sure that other people throughout this community know, because I did put it on here today to discuss. I got a lot of phone calls about this from downtown, so can we make sure that we get the tree commission there and invited, please?
Absolutely, Commissioner McKnight. I would love to have the tree commission there. I have not received calls from the tree commission, but I have received calls from the neighborhood, probably the same ones that you've received as well.
Correct.
And so all parties necessary should absolutely be in attendance. So again, that's Monday night, 6 p.m. at Heritage Academy, 333 Green Street. Okay, so if you want to be there, doors open.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got it. All right, Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, apparently Commissioner Lewis and myself had a disadvantage about this Bellmead. I don't see any kind of paperwork on it.
Madam Clerk. Is it matter? We don't. In that it's. I'll let the clerk describe.
At our last meeting on June 18th, The item was pulled from the agenda because Commissioner Bobby Williams had questions.
Okay.
However, those have been resolved at this point. We have the developer here requesting that the item be reconsidered today, and that's why it's being added at this point, sir.
Okay, no problem. Thank you for clarifying that, Madam Clerk.
All right.
Just one more question.
Yes.
Mr. Brian Kemper, are there any issues or concerns from the Planning Commission for this to be added on from the Planning and Development Department? No. Okay, thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Seeing no other colleagues in the queue, we're voting. You got a vote? Oh, I got a vote. I forgot about that.
First time.
Well, write it down. Yay.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Mason out.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if your item was consented, you're more than welcome to leave. We're going to move forward with our delegation portion G. So I'm going to give you a minute to exit the chambers. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your patience. It's a long delegation today, but this is our government at work, so we really appreciate your patience. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll continue to exit these chambers, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, please exit these chambers. Thank you. All right. All right, colleagues. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on with the people's business.
All right. So let's see. That would take us to item
G. Item G. Item G and number 29 as companion items.
All right. Item G is Ms. Angelo Barkas regarding Best Friends Animal Society proposal. Item 29 is an update from the administrator and staff regarding the proposal from Best Friend Animal Society.
Thank you. Ms. Bakos? If you will. Backus, I'm sorry. If you will, for the record.
I do have copies.
Yes, I think we have copies already. Do we? Madam Clerk?
Is that from your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, we have that. Ms. Backus? All right, Ms. Backus, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Angela Backus, 1437 Jackson Road, Augusta.
Thank you, ma'am. The floor is yours.
I'm here today to discuss my concerns with Best Friends Animal Society proposal. I'm a foster for animals directly through our shelter, as well as 2 of our rescue partners. Since beginning as a foster in April of this year, I have fostered 26 dogs and cats and spent a considerable amount of time in the shelter working with both shelter staff and local rescues. I am personally invested in finding a solution that is best for both our community and the animals within it. Last week, there was a gentleman that spoke here during committees and stated that our shelter killed more than 3,000 dogs in 2023. That is incorrect. I
Ms.
request.
Backus, I've been asked to ask you to speak a little closer into the mic if you
Oh,
don't
I'm
mind.
sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I requested the official numbers that were submitted for the last calendar year. There were 783 dogs euthanized due to bad behavior or bite history, and 344 due to lack of space. 1,127 isn't a beautiful number, but it's also nowhere near the over 3,000 claimed. And it's my belief that we can't solve an issue if we haven't identified what it truly looks like. On their website, Best Friend identifies 5 states that account for half of the cats and dogs killed in the U.S., with Georgia being one of them. They also identify our shelter as having the highest euthanasia rate in the state. They have committed to their donors to ensuring that we reach no-kill status in this country in 2025, and I am concerned that they are using this proposal for our shelter to help ensure that they reach their goal. They haven't asked for a long-term partnership or offered support for more than 12 months, which is just long enough for them to reach their goal and leave us to clean up the mess. Their proposal doesn't actually address solving any issues, just temporarily relocating them until their goal is achieved. And they intend to do this by immediately stopping the intake of all healthy outdoor cats and kittens, removing any stray holds for cats without microchips or tags, indoor cats like my 3, who thankfully have never gotten loose, but under these new rules would just be set back outside if found, rather than being kept safe at the shelter until they can be returned to me. Essentially, their plan only allows cats to be brought to the shelter if they are easily identifiable and can be quickly returned to their owners, or those that are sick and injured, because if they need to be euthanized, it wouldn't count against their no-kill goal. Community members finding stray dogs will be asked to canvass the area the dog was found in, knocking on neighbors' doors. If unable to find their owner, we would be expected to take the animal into our own homes through their Finder to Foster program. This is a safety issue not only for community members, but also potentially for the animals that are housed, since there would be no prior vetting of the fosters. Again, these animals will still be in our community, they just won't be at the shelter. Another significant concern for me is the expectation that within 30 days, all behavior assessments on dogs must end. That means just last year alone, 783 dangerous dogs would have been put into homes in our community where their new owners would have no knowledge of the potential danger that they're in. My daughter lives in Los Angeles County, an area serviced by Best Friends, and encountered this exact issue last year when she was attacked and bitten by a dog that she adopted through the shelter with a prior history of violence. Our local rescues have an amazing partnership with our shelter staff and are able to save some animals that otherwise would have been euthanized due to medical issues. My first foster had to have a leg amputated. The second had to have an eye removed. All of those costs, in addition to food, puppy pads, and medication, are paid for by the rescues. Through the transport program, 12 of my fosters have found permanent homes up north, just like 1,270 others did in 2023. Under Best Friends' proposal, the transport program would end because their assessment deemed it unsustainable in our community, even though their website states that a transport program plays a vital role in life-saving. The mission of Augusta Animal Services is to enforce laws and ordinances pertaining to the care and control of animals, as well as the protection of life and property. Is it really a good idea to disregard our local rescues that have proven to uphold that mission in favor of an organization that doesn't even hide that their interest in our shelter is temporary and self-serving? An organization who admits that their current plan has failed to achieve the desired life-saving goal. An organization with a multitude of lawsuits across at least 5 different states, who under proposals just like this ensure that they carry zero liability for the decisions that they make. Most importantly, can we afford to move from being rated as the highest kill shelter in the state to becoming the U.S. leader known in disfiguring attacks by shelter dogs, getting extra chances to be rehomed like Los Angeles did under Best Friends' leadership? Please keep in mind that the burden of liability will be higher on our community than any previous ones, because we walk into this with eyes wide open, knowing exactly what they are capable of.
Ms. Backus, thank you so much. I don't see any colleagues in the queue. Madam Administrator, anything you want to add from item number 29 before we move forward? I'm quite sure it's going to be a robust discussion.
I do, Mayor Johnson. As we revisit, the commission graciously agreed to my request of an additional 30 days to meet with Best Friends to see if we could come to a resolution. Unfortunately, within this time frame, we were not. I know Best Friends has a representative here that could speak to that plan. As she communicated to us previously, or as I have communicated to the body previously, the plan is all or nothing. However, Augusta Animal Services has met with myself as well as Deputy Administrator Mr. Jackson to come to what we consider to be some additional avenues to assist Augusta Animal Services while taking into consideration some of the recommendations provided by Best Friends. So if you would, at this time, allow our Augusta Animal Services Director, Mr. James Hill, to speak and not approve Augusta going forward with the proposal presented by Best Friends.
All right, Director Hill, you have the floor, sir.
All right, good afternoon, Commission. Good afternoon, Mayor. I put together a presentation to give you all some insight into actually a 5-part plan that we have, and also some quick facts on of our operations as it pertains to what our obligations are and our euthanasia numbers. So first, the quick facts. Section 4-1-25 of the ordinance mandates that Augusta Animal Services has the duty to impound any abandoned or unrestrained animal in Augusta. So we are mandated by the city county law ordinance to do that as it pertains to stray animals. Under this mandate, we took in 3,844 stray dogs between 2022 and 2023. 60% of all those animals that we had to euthanize within that same period were due to previous bite cases, court orders, or observed aggressive behavior by staff. So it was a public safety issue that we could not adopt those particular animals out. 4, rarely do we need to euthanize for space, about 14%. However, with all that being said, I understand and my staff understand that, even if we have to do one euthanasia, is one more than what anyone wants to do. And so that's why me and my leadership team got together and we came up with a 5-part plan that we feel will help reduce that number and also increase our positive outcomes. The 5-part plan consists of owner responsibility, incentivizing microchipping, spay-neuter promotion, mobilizing our adoption van, and implementing a Save a Pet Mondays. So part 1 of that, which is the owner surrenders. Right now, we take in an average of about 1,200 owner surrender pets per year. And I think a portion of that, the reason that we take in so many is because we have allowed the public to use us as a first point option. So with this plan, what it does is allow us to require owners surrendering their pets to have more skin in the game, basically. We would now require documented proof from owners that want to surrender their pets that they tried other alternatives. Any type of documentation, basically email communication with a rescue group, eviction letter, military orders, et cetera, or something that shows that either it's emergency or they've tried other options before bringing them to our county shelter. Staff will keep an updated list of resources that we can provide to people wanting to surrender their pets, and staff will also continue to offer assistance whenever possible. Part 2, incentivizing microchipping. One of the best ways to ensure that pet owners are reunited with their pets is by having them microchipped. So what we thought would be a good idea would be to incentivize owners to pay the $15 microchip fee in lieu of the $60 impound fee. So basically what that would mean is if your dog or cat comes into the shelter and you come to reclaim it, in lieu of paying that $60 reclaim fee, impound fee, then you pay that $15 microchip fee, which saves you money. And we feel like on the long term, it saves us money because if we ever pick that animal up again, then it has a microchip and we can easily locate the owner. Staff will personally complete the microchip registration to ensure that everything is processed accurately and in a timely manner. We found that sometimes whenever we leave that up to the particular owner, it never gets registered. The animal has a microchip, but it's not registered to who actually owns the animal. So we feel like if we do that process from start to finish, then we'll make sure that all that's done correctly. Thirdly, I think it is one of the most important parts is having a heavy spay neuter promotion. The root cause of pet overpopulation is unwanted litters of puppies and kittens. And I think we have, up to this point, we regularly emphasize spays and neuters, but we haven't had a focused effort through media, through our radio, and and a lot of times it's not feasibly, financially feasible to do it through like billboards. But that's an option that we're gonna target as well. But just having a heavy focused campaign on spays and neuters, I think, is going to be something that we're going to have to drive home, because without that, the problem is not going to be able to be solved. It all starts with spays and neuters. Part 4, mobilizing our adoption van. So we, as the commission knows, we had our adoption van we had a grant that was granted to us. I believe it was in 2020 is when we got the grant, but due to COVID and the things with all new manufactured vehicles and whatnot, we never actually received it until 2023. Once we received that van, it's been in and out of the shop for various reasons, but we still wanted to include that as part of our plan, because it's very important for our outreach efforts. So what we've already begun to do is we have already begun to partner with local vendors that will also include Parks and Recreation. We've been speaking with Parks and Recreations as well, and we've done some events with them already in some of their parks. But in addition to that, we have also partnered with Starbucks, Hollywood Feed, and Ace Hardware. Those are the ones that we've partnered with at this point in time to allow us to have our mobile adoption van park at their locations and do adoption events. Additionally, we will be launching our first ever campaign to target rural areas outside of neighboring counties. So what this looks like is we have already been in contact with certain businesses and points of contact in counties such as Jenkins, Lincoln, Jefferson, and Tolliver. So what this will allow us to do is to increase our outreach numbers, while also providing the residents of those areas, they don't have their own animal shelter, so it gives them an opportunity to easily adopt pets that have already been fully vetted, spayed, and neutered. So it helps us move some animals out of our community, and also it's a win-win for those particular areas so that they can get an adopted pet from a shelter without having to go to a backyard breeder. And lastly, but definitely not least, is part 5, is our Save a Pet Mondays. Augusta Animal Services will designate every Monday, beginning on August the 5th, is Save a Pet Monday. And so what this will allow us, our staff, to, on this particular day, we won't take in any owner surrenders, and we will not allow the public to bring in any strays through the door. That would not prevent our ACO officers from still going out and picking up strays, on request, any, emergency situations like they already do. But that particular day, staff is going to be focusing on getting animals out. So we'll have our promotional adoption events. We'll work on returning pets to their owner, and that is going to be also included with, we're going to have open our hours permanently going forward from 5 to 7 on Mondays. So this will give us 2 extra hours for all rehoming efforts in that nature. And I also wanted to point this out as well. Did not take any questions that you all may have. I just wanted to let it be known to the commission that we have reached out. We did reach out several times for Best Friends to provide us with a draft contract, which they never did do. So just wanted that to be put on record as well of what this embed program will look like.
Thank you, Director Hill. I got a couple of colleagues in the queue. First, Chair recognizes the Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This body had designated staff to meet with Best Friends within 30 days, and within 30 days you could not find time to meet with them?
Yes, sir. We have met with Best Friends. We met with them immediately after this meeting, as well as sent several emails to them.
All right. So, Director Hill, you bring in 1,922 animals per year. 22 and 23, you brought in 3,844, which is 1,922 per year. How many of them animals was euthanized?
For 22
per year.
You said per year?
Yes, sir.
Let me see here. Get the numbers for you. sure I give you accurate numbers here. I had those figures, but for some reason I do not. You have? Okay. So this is only from, okay, so from 2023. So for 2023, we euthanized 2,479 total.
Repeat that number
That'll
again.
add up.
2,479 total.
In 1 year.
That's 1 year.
All right, your first slide showing 3,900 and 3,844 for a 2-year period, you took in animals.
That was the averages. We're talking about averages.
Oh, okay, average. How many of them did you adopt out? I'm asking. I don't know.
On average, are you saying just?
Give me an average, then. That's what we're going to be doing.
Okay, so for 2023, we adopted out 778, and I can tell you exactly what 2022 was. Actually, I found my documentation actually for 2022 and 2023. So for 2022 and 2023, we adopted out 1,807. That doesn't include, when we say adopted, that doesn't include our giveaways. So we had giveaways of 303. So you add that to the adoption number.
Don't add up. All right. You're showing in your plan that you're going to microchip. We actually implemented that 8 years ago. Is that correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
It was a requirement for all animals to be microchipped. Is that right? It did go away?
We did away with that to try to.
But I think it was a.
Have those objections.
Okay. And then the heavy spade and neuter program, is that the same as TNR? That would be the same?
Well, no, this is going to be targeted more toward individual owners, pet owners.
Okay. As far as what Best Friends is offering, give me the idea of what will it hurt to try?
Well, there's various examples.
Well, you can't use the lawsuit in Los Angeles. I don't live in Los Angeles.
Well, yeah, that's true. But I have reached out to other local shelters within the Georgia and South Carolina area, and they would rather remain anonymous, but they have told me that their policies leads to overcapacity of the animals. One in particular I spoke to said they're currently 200% overcapacity. They are forced to house dangerous animals that are aggressive, and they are also forced to require people that find stray animals to be on the waiting list before they can take them in.
All right, we got Hall County, Georgia, as well as Horry County, South Carolina, which believes in the Best Friends program, and they give high remarks to it. Everybody has on this dais a little survey coming from that 2 organizations. The whole thing about animal control is I thought we was to try to save, to try to get them adopted out, try to do everything to try to save an animal.
Well, Commissioner, that's not actually correct. The goal of animal control is public safety.
I see that from what the young lady who came before us. The mission of animal service is to enforce laws and ordinance pertaining to the care and control of animals, as well as the protection of life or property. And so you have no desire to try to adopt out, try to save a life, a cat, dog, horse, whatever animal. Is that what you're saying just now?
Well, Commissioner, I think that's an unfair statement. My staff, as a matter of fact, I would love for them to stand. If they,
No, I'm speaking with you, Director Hill.
Well, I mean, we do day in and day out. My staff does whatever they can to save all the animals that they can.
Okay. But as far as Best Friends trying to come in and help is not good?
Well, I'm not saying that help is not good, but all help is not good. We have, like we stated before, we had no problem with the TNR program. If they wanted to bring the TNR program in-house, we offered that to them. We had no issue with that. But their suggestion or their way that they choose to move forward is all or nothing. And as the Director of Animal Services and standing for the public safety of the community, I would not be in favor of implementing a lot of, the no-kill policies that they advocate for, because I know what they will lead to.
What will it lead to, sir?
Well, like I've already stated, it would be overcrowded shelters. It would be putting staff in danger because they have to hold dangerous animals that cannot be adopted out, or it would result to having the public having to hold strays because we're full, because we're over capacity.
Right. How do we determine what's a dangerous animal?
By an assessment.
Huh?
By an assessment, animal assessment, behavior assessment.
Okay. I'm going to hold my further questions so my other colleagues could speak. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Guilfoyle. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Questions for Director Hill.
Yes, sir.
Can you go back to part 1, please, on your slide? I think you know what my question is going to be. For question 1. I know you're considered Augusta Animal Services, but it's Augusta, Richmond County.
This one?
No.
Oh, okay.
Part 1.
Let me go back. Okay.
Yeah. So question 1 states that the ordinance mandates that you're to impound any abandoned or unrestrained animal. Are you going to include HEPSPA in that?
Commissioner, if I could, I would. I have no control over that.
All right. Well, I have to ask. They're my constituents.
Yes, sir.
They pay taxes.
Yes, sir.
So part 4 of your presentation, you mentioned that you finally got your van from the grant.
Yes.
All right. So with that van, are you going to be able to implement having a mobile veterinarian and all of those types of?
No, that van is not for mobile vets. It's just for mobile adoptions. It doesn't have it's not equipped for veterinary equipment in it.
Okay. All right. So you mentioned that you had some surrounding communities respond in their opposition to the work that they had or their experience with Best Friends.
Yes, sir.
And you said that they wanted to remain anonymous.
Yes, sir.
Well, many of us up here also received anonymous mailers this past weekend.
Can you put that on?
Ms. Natasha, can we put this on the overhead?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was
It's public information, so we can put it on. They send them out in the mail.
Yep.
Natasha, can you help with that, please?
It was very disturbing to me in the way that it was presented to us, and I'm not accusing you of sending it out. But,
yes, sir. I hadn't seen it. I don't even know what it is.
But it was. What's that? What's called advocacy?
Okay.
Even anonymously? Okay.
This is my first time seeing this.
Well, there's 2 sides to it, so let's make sure that we clear that up a little bit. It's a little hard to read. But it's interesting how whoever was advocating for this had to incite bullying, racial bullying, identity politics. I'm not sure the part about the black commissioners compared. I don't know. I didn't know that we weren't all commissioners. But Anyway, just thought this was very interesting that was sent out in the mail anonymously, which typically with political mailers such as this, you have to state where it comes from, especially when it's asking you to take a particular side on a voting issue.
Is it? You asking me?
I'm not
Okay.
asking you anything. I just want this out on the public because I want people to see.
Well,
these are the types of things that have been sent out. You know, we had a gentleman that stood before us last week who was riding around in a van advocating for Best Friends that was parking between mine and Commissioner Williams' churches on Sundays for the past 2 weeks. So,
It's parked right outside.
you know,
It's parked outside the building. It's there.
yeah. So I just thought, you know, it's quite interesting how advocates on both sides seem to be very, very involved in this. And it almost seems like they're wanting to not only speak on their side against support or not supporting something, but it seems like they're trying to divide our community in regards to how we're approaching this. You know, that's one of the things that we've been trying to walk through with both of these organizations, your organization and Best Friends. You know, I've been really disappointed in them and not being able to come to any sort of middle ground. This whole take it all or leave it. Well, you know, if that is what is going to be the stance, then we're going to leave it. You know, we have a job up here to protect our community. You're our director. You've seen the issues. Our administrator has spoken about some of her objections as well, and it just seems there's an unwillingness to listen to those concerns or to at least address them. To me, that's very, very concerning when you have an entity that is unwilling to offer any sort of compromise. But to me, this was delivered to my house. My kids brought this in. You know, it was some. Whoever sent this out should be ashamed of themselves. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner George Johnson from the 1st.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, so we're going to get off the mail piece item. Can we remove that from the? I view that a little differently. Question for you, Mr. Hill. Out of the number of animals euthanized, the number of animals euthanized, how many of those were medically required to be euthanized? Do you have that number or percentage?
I do. If we're talking about between the 2022 and 2023 numbers.
Either.
So 1,221.
Were medically required?
Yes.
Okay, and what programs could we put in place to, I guess, reverse that? Is there a way? Is there a way for us to, you know, help these animals when they fall ill to get better? That's the first question.
One big step is going to be something I'm going to be coming back to the commission is we're going to have to increase the starting salary for a veterinarian. I think the salary is not competitive enough. So I'm working with HR now to address that issue. And I think also to continue to utilize the wonderful services of our local rescues. Our rescues, they just like the staff that I have here, day in and day out, they're working with us trying to find homes and also provide medical care. They pay for it out of their own pockets, you know, for some of the animals so that they don't have to be euthanized.
Your staff pays out of pocket?
No. Our rescue organization, not my staff.
I was going to say stand up staff so we can clap for you. Another question, where Best Friends is concerned, say we entered into this partnership, who would your staff, I hate to say take orders from because that sounds bad, who would your staff be responsible for reporting to?
That's a question that's up in the air. I don't know. You know, like I said, we requested the contract, but we were told that they didn't have a contract. They don't do contracts until after I guess it's been approved. So the only thing go ahead.
Would this in essence be somewhat of a privatization of the animal shelter?
I'm not even sure based on their contract.
But you don't have enough information to make a valid.
I don't, Commissioner.
Okay. As far as this plan goes, I mean, how soon are you hoping to implement some of these aspects of your plan?
Well, some of them we've already begun implementing, but to go full force as far as the spay-neuter program promotion and the Save a Pet Mondays, we're going to go full force in that on August the 7th.
Okay. And final question, what educational components are you adding into any of your plans going forward for the community?
For the community?
Yes,
well,
sir.
My animal outreach coordinator does that already currently, and also, I don't know if Officer Dowdy's here. Why? He's
How many of your staff are here today? Raise your hand if you work for the animal services.
You stand up, guys. Stand up. Stand up. If you work for animals.
Thank y'all for your work. Thank y'all. Thank you. Okay, and I only wanted to really recognize them because only you all know exactly what it takes to manage the animal shelter where Augusta is concerned. My colleague said he can't speak to Los Angeles because we live in Augusta. That's the point of this whole conversation, right? Is that what happens in one county, it may not fit another. And I think hearing from you and what you're saying is absolutely going to help us make a decision. But I really wish that there could be some type of middle ground that can be reached between the two organizations. But I'm just interested in seeing any kind of plans for it that you all can implement to help us get to a better place where euthanization is concerned.
Yes, sir.
But I wouldn't dare bash you. I just want to thank y'all for your hard work, and let's see how we can make this thing work.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I got a couple other colleagues in the queue. Is there anybody here representing Best Friends? You got a spokesperson? All right, I'm going to let you come up in just a second, okay? But I'm going to recognize Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle first.
That's what I wanted, Mr. Mayor.
That's what you wanted? All right, madam, if you don't mind.
Also, Mr. Mayor, I would like to hear,
Yeah.
while the Best Friends come up and speak,
okay.
I'd like to hear about the conversation from the discussion you had with our administrator and our director.
All right,
since
Commissioner,
the last time we've been here.
Commissioner, before we get to that and we address her, can I let Commissioner Franum address? He has to speak first. Commissioner Franum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, Director Hill.
Yes, sir.
The 5-part plan, where did you get that from? Like, where did you research that sort of thing?
Well, basically, I got with my leadership team, and we looked at the things that we had within our control that we could do to increase positive outcomes. So that's where we got that plan from.
Okay. And then where the plan that we had with Best Friends previously, the mobile adoption van, the vet, like, have they fulfilled the proposal that was, before us a few years ago?
No, Commissioner, they have not. We never, the spay neuter van, we never saw it in Augusta.
Okay. I think I'm going to save the rest of mine for after she speaks, because I got a long thing to go into, but I won't do it right now.
All right.
So I'll turn it back
Thank
over.
you, Commissioner. All right, madam, both of you have the floor for the name. For the record, please state your name and address.
Gina Burrows, 1823 Mitchell Street, Savannah, Georgia.
All right.
Carrie Ducote, 1385 Mariah Trace in Auburn, Georgia.
All right, thank you. You have the floor, madam.
So real quick, my name is Carrie. I'm with the Humane Society of Northeast Georgia. We're the organization that was contracted by Best Friends to operate the CAP program for the last year here. So I just want to clarify about the mobile unit, since I know that came up at the last meeting as well, that the original plan was to bring the mobile unit here and do surgeries out of the mobile unit and use our facility here for storage. And then we got a large donation of surgical equipment. And so as a result of that, we were able to set up a full surgical suite inside of our building. So while the mobile unit hasn't come here, it's because we haven't had a need for it, because the decision was made to do the surgeries in our surgery suite. I did just talk to Crystal last week about bringing the mobile unit here. If it's a situation where we're doing surgeries at a trailer park or somewhere like that, the mobile unit's definitely still available if needed. But with a surgical suite, it's going to be a much more comfortable situation for our vet team to do surgeries. So that's why the decision was made to do surgeries in the surgical suite instead of on the mobile unit.
Thank you.
I'll also add, in regards to the CAP program, the original offer was the 3 years and $300,000 investing in that TMVR program. We've already invested $410,000 within the first year because we were having to approach it a little bit differently. Under our proposal, we were still going to continue that and even expand upon the veterinary services that we were offering to include spay and neuter of adoptable animals to help them move out of the shelter a little bit more quickly. But because we needed to see some better outcomes coming out of both, that program if we were continuing to invest and go above and beyond our initial investment, but then also see if we could save some lives that weren't being touched with the CAP program, such as the dogs at the shelter. That is really why we reworked the plan to be more comprehensive when it came to life-saving in Augusta.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Guilford, you still have the floor. Is there anything?
Yeah, speaking with Director Hill, he was talking about your organization. In order for you to adopt out, it actually overpopulates and his department with dogs and cats. How do you overcome that?
Yes, so most of the programs that we're advocating are specifically to help reduce the shelter population through methods other than euthanasia. So, for example, when they mention finder to foster, it's about being more proactive about getting lost animals home before they land in the shelter, considering once they're there, cats only have about a 2% chance of making it back home, and dogs are about at 12%, versus communities where we've seen them take more proactive approaches, and that save rate has, or that return to owner rate has gone up significantly. Managed intake is another way. The reason that we advocate for better timing on how animals are coming into the shelter when those are decisions that we can make. Obviously, there are going to be emergencies that come up and such, so we want to make sure that that's flexible. But overall, it's about trying to make sure that the animals that need the shelter the most are the ones that are going to be there. And if the animals have another outcome, whether that's a home, a potential foster, a finder that can foster it during the stray hold, an owner who can take some responsibility to rehome the animal themselves rather than dropping it at the shelter, that those are all ways of making sure that the shelter is there for that public safety net that they really need. The animal control officers are able to address cases, that they're able to bring in sick and injured animals, dangerous animals, while other animals that, maybe don't need the shelter quite as much aren't going to be taking up that kennel space and causing that overcrowding.
Okay. The last time you came before us, you as well as the administrator and the director had a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't y'all be able to come eye to eye, come with an agreement? Can you kind of enlighten me on that? Because I know that y'all willing to help. We need to help, but apparently not. It's either all or none, I guess, is what is being presented. So tell me, what can you do? Because anything could be agreed upon. But it takes both sides to move.
Mm-hmm. And I completely understand that. And in most situations, I would be advocating for a little bit more give and take. The problem that we were seeing was there's kind of an ingrained hesitance to act. So my concern was, and that of my colleagues that, also had to approach the program, is that it would be watering down a treatment plan rather than finding common ground. What Director Hill was willing to commit to was a very small fraction of what we have on offer, and it kind of came down to kind of cherry picking the stuff that looks popular and goes well with the community without having to really invest in the sort of work that's going to cause long-term change. I'm not sure why he wasn't sure about how the embed would structure. As we mentioned, our original proposal was that only the community cat coordinator and the vet team, which were the positions that we were funding, would directly report up to the embed. We did not provide a contract on that because usually those are a long-term negotiation, and didn't want to go through that process of negotiation if the offer wasn't even going to be accepted on principle. So.
But the rest of the contract was presented?
No, sir. We were just going through the offer of support to see if we could find common ground on moving that forward.
Okay. I'll release it for Sean Frandl. Thank you.
All right, let's get through this, colleagues. Commissioner from the first. You're out. Commissioner Pulliam, I haven't heard from you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. My problem overall is there was no negotiation. And so there's a protocol. There's a way that things are done. And the fact that we as a body said, okay, Administrator Dowse and Director Hill, we want you to go and come to the table. Let's go over the contract and see what's going to be good for Augusta, Richmond County. And that wasn't done because of a perception that you just stated that you had. That's not the way we do business here. And so there has to be a willingness on both sides to come to the table to get things done. So mine's is more of a statement, and that bothers me.
And I completely understand that. The reason that this offer of support was a little bit different is everything we plugged into that offer came directly from the assessment. It was issues that we noticed on the ground earlier this year and coming up with a response to properly address that in a way that will increase positive outcomes. So again, it wasn't necessarily about negotiating. It was more about removing necessary items from a list of services that need to be in place in order to get Augusta over that line to that 90% save rate and to make it sustainable.
Okay. Commissioner Franham?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So over the past week, I've been at a conference and I've had conversations with people in this industry. One individual, I think she might be in Canada now, and gave me a lot of good insight on best friends. In fact, I'd recommend everybody, I sent it to all my colleagues, look up Danville, Virginia. There's an article October 20-something in the Star Tribune about the conflict between best friends and their local community. And it's an in-depth article that shed a lot on the relationship side of things with the community and with best friends up there that I would recommend everybody read it. My concern is that the public safety, we are here to protect the public safety and the quality of life in our community. And when we talk about saying no kill, I mean, that's just, it's a great in theory, but it's not reliable when you figure that there are animals that don't need to be put back into the community. And that's irresponsible to think that they are. This individual also stated that in Riverside, California, they're overpopulation of 400 dogs and 200 kennels. They got one part-time vet there. They talked about, again, the relationship between best friends and the community there. And yes, there's definitely success stories, and this individual told me there's definitely success stories. But at the end of the day, we have to do what's best for this community. And Director, what's going on right now it's not working. It is not good enough, to be honest with you. So it's not that I'm in the corner of the director and not the corner of best friends. It's that I believe that right now probably neither one of these paths are the right path. I feel that we need to look at bringing in outside counsel, outside someone that can deep dive into our department, into progressive programs and pet retention programs to help us. And I mean, I normally am not a fan of a consultant, but the bottom line is what we have going on in this community isn't working. And it's a fact that the two organizations, whether it's the City of Augusta and Best Friends, it's not going to work. It's evident based on what's happened in these meetings. We're wasting time, and dogs are dying. Animals are dying.
Yep.
So I'm probably going to put on the agenda to hire a consultant to deep dive into our department to see what's best, because I don't believe there's the votes for Best Friends. I don't believe that we're doing all that we can. Pet license and pet registration was talked about with me and this individual and how that would help. I understand going into the rural communities, but the rural communities are also bringing dogs to us and creating issues within our community too, and we want to help them. The Save a Pet Monday sounds like a great idea, but why has it got to be just one day? I mean, it needs to be more than that. I think that Animal Services is there to manage intake, and the shelter should be a transition point. And I think that we're not getting anywhere, and I appreciate the 5 parts, but I think we need more. I think that this issue has become so divided in this community that we can't really, in my mind, neither if we go here or go there, the community's not going to be satisfied, and they're just going to be mad at us because they're saying, for those that are, I'll say, I'm not going to say uneducated, but maybe they don't know, they just say, oh, the commission just doesn't want $1 million. That's not it. I mean, there's a lot more to this, and Ms. Bakos gave a lot of good information here. Backus, sorry. Angela is what I would know her. And again, there is some success stories with Best Friends, but at the same respect, and how I felt based on conversations I had and history and the article in Dansville, Virginia, I don't think that's the way this community needs to go right now. And I feel like many of my colleagues probably feel that same way. We need to give the director a chance to right the ship, but I also think that the director needs a pushing of more expertise and another set of eyes, because I don't believe that even your 5-part plan is going to get us that much better in a better spot. That's no disrespect, but based on all the emails, all the things I've dealt with in 9+ years on this commission around this, and you weren't the director the entire time, so it's not all you. I think an outside set of eyes needs to come in and give us solutions to make this a better. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. We've been at this for a while. If I can say one thing, these two groups are probably the two most activist groups we have in our community. All for a simple cause of saving pets, saving animals. So there should be some common ground somewhere. And I'm asking each of you to kind of reconsider your positions as we move forward. I mean, mailing mail-outs to our houses, having activist vans park outside of our commission chambers and businesses, that's not the way. We have a common goal of making Augusta safe, most importantly, taking care of some of these animals that could be either adopted or rescued. So I would ask that you reconsider your position and come back to us, okay? And that's in good faith.
Can I quickly comment on the public safety issue since that keeps coming up?
Very briefly, because we'll wrap this up.
So the public safety piece, I'm not sure why it's getting blown out of proportion the way that it is, because we don't advocate for policies that are unsafe for the public. When we came out against the behavior assessments, which seemed to be the big sticking point, I did try to provide additional statements from the ASPCA, who basically began the method of behavior assessments that the shelter currently uses, from the National Animal Care and Control Association, who again, as animal control officers, their primary goal is public safety, as well as from the Association of Shelter Veterinarians, who all speak to the fact that for 2 decades we're starting to see the evidence that these behavioral assessments are not good predictors of behavior in a home and not a good predictor of, quote unquote, aggression. So, we're not advocating going away from public safety. We're going for observe these behaviors in different environments and give more information to adopters.
Thank you so much, Madam. Commissioner Garrett, you want to wrap us up?
Yeah, I want to accept all of this as information.
All right, is there any objection to that? Seeing no objection, there needs to be a motion. All right, any objection to receiving this as information? Hear no objection, Madam Clerk. Thank you guys for being here. Keep advocating for saving animals all that we can, but let's tone it down a little bit and just try to come up with a solution, all right? Thank you all. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk. I almost lost what we've been talking about this so long. I think that takes us to 13, right? All right, let's go with it. All right, guys, we're going to give y'all a minute to step out. I know y'all been here. Really appreciate y'all being here. Again, I appreciate your advocacy, and I appreciate your passion. Thank y'all so much. You gotta let me read the shirt. What does the shirt say? Turn around, let me see it. Homeless, not helpless. Thank you. Thank y'all. Is it hopeless? Oh, hopeless. Hopeless? All right, I couldn't read it. Hang on. Can't approach. You gotta go around the side if you want. One of y'all want to talk to her? You gotta go all the way to the other side, man. We're gonna meet you over there. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, we're gonna get each. Ma'am, if y'all don't mind, take the conversations outside, please. We got the people's business to do. Mr. Marshall, can you help him along, please? He up there talking too. You gotta hug him. Y'all come on, move it along now. Thank y'all for being here. All right, ma'am. Ma'am, thank you. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Have a good day. All right, where did our attorney go? Okay, we're going to wait for our attorney for just a second. Okay. Yeah. Can you, all right, he'll be right back. All right, okay. All right, Madam Clerk, let's move on. Number 13.
Item 13 is a motion to approve a change order in the amount of $257,598.59 for Phase 2 of the Fleet Maintenance Facility Design Services to Dickerson Architect, PC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Johnson, you asked this be pulled. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a quick question. This is a $257,000 change order. Wanted to see how do we get here, and why are these change orders so high?
All right, Interim Director.
So often.
So often and so high. We're gonna get to the often part after the first question is answered.
All right, so as you recall, we have
Don't recall, Director. Continue, please.
As you recall, we have a fleet maintenance project where we will be moving our fleet departments, Fleet Shop 1 and 2, and also the fire fleet department. This change order is because of the high cost of escalation of the proposed construction costs. So the design architect is scheduled to get 8.5% of the estimated construction costs, which at the time when they first initiated this project was $6 million. Of course, I presented with you with SPLOST 9 that the construction cost is estimated now at $42 million. 8.5% of that is about $2.8 million, $2.9 million. So the change order is for work that's been done so far on the project with the design and concept that has been approved. And then now we have to, right now we're halting the project until funds can be found. But these are the invoices that need to be paid.
So we're spending money on a project that the commission hadn't completely approved / funded through SPLOST. So there's work being done on a project that hasn't even been fully approved?
No, the project has been approved, so the work is being done because they've done the design and concept work, and then we're moving into construction, but we don't have enough funds to complete construction because, as you know, with the approved concept design, the construction cost is estimated now at $42 million, so we're going to have to add some funds to that project.
I see other colleagues in the queue, but I'm going to say this. We receive a lot of change orders on projects, and at $257,000, almost $258,000, that concerns me. I understand that there's business to be conducted, but that really concerns me that we have a change order in that amount. And we see them all the time. We've got to get a grip on some of these change orders. It just seems to me like there's just a project that started, folks are bidding on them and saying they can do it, and coming back and asking for additional money. I don't want to misspeak, right? But this is confusing. This is concerning.
So be clear that when this project was first put on the books in SPLOST, that we budgeted $6 million for the project to get the design done. That design is those funds weren't enough. So that's why once the design was complete and you get your estimated construction costs, that $6 million wasn't enough. Again, the engineer of record is scheduled to get 8.5% of estimated construction costs. So now that construction costs or the design is complete, construction cost is about $42 million. So it's 8.5% of estimated construction costs.
Interim Director Lampkin, for clarification, was this part of SPLOST 8 or SPLOST 9? This design, as I understand, it's been done a while back.
The funding was in SPLOST 8. SPLOST 7 had funds for design work to be done. So funding is available to cover this. We just have to give them some additional funds because of what the estimated construction cost is.
Yeah.
So Mayor, if I can jump in here.
Yes, sir.
So what is this project from your SPLOST 9 list that you gave us?
Right, that's for additional funding to complete the project, right.
So we're spending money for a project that we don't have money to complete.
Right, that's why if you read your agenda item, I've stopped our work on the project because we don't have the funding to complete the project.
Right. Colleagues, for clarification, in that, as I understand, the design firm was given approval to go ahead and complete the design for this project. He was given an approval to do the work. Now he's just asking to be paid.
That's correct.
That is correct. Okay. All right. I'm going to let the Interim Director Lampkin go through who gave him the approval to proceed?
Because it was before my time, I'm not sure exactly what date approval was given for the design work to be completed, but like I said, the design has been completed. So we're in the construction phase, but since we don't have funds to complete the construction, we've halted the project.
Can we ask Ms. Dowse, who was the previous Central Services Director?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Garrett. Interim Director, Mr. Lampkin, has just stated that the approval was given prior to his tenure. However, I'll be more than happy to research this matter because approval would have only been given to a point for design for funding of which would have been approved. Since that time, and within the last 2.5 years of Mr. Lampkin being the interim Central Services Department Director, the scope has changed as well as the project need has changed, which is the reason why he presented it in his budget request for SPLOST 9. So the funds that is being requested today was not under my tenure more than 2.5 years ago.
Thank you, Interim Administrator. Commissioner Guilfoyle?
Mr. Lampkin,
Yes.
I'm trying to get a grip on this because in September 2022, the commission approved phase 1 for an amount of $108,000 and 8.5% of construction costs for phase 2. The vendor had been notified that the project has been placed on hold due to the difference in the original estimate, which was the budget of $1.45 million for design and $6 million for construction. And the estimated construction costs received from the vendor in the amount of $34 million. So of this $34 million, how much money do we have set aside for this project?
The $6 million, that's in SPLOST 8.
But so if this project comes in at $27 million.
No, it comes in at about close to $40 million. 42 million, according to, right.
So let's say if it came in lower. You basing this change order based off the total cost that we haven't even started construction yet. Is that correct?
Right, it's based off the estimated totals for construction costs because we haven't started construction. It could potentially be lower depending on what the bids come back, but for right now, it's just based off the estimated construction costs to keep them working. So you may end up paying the full amount. Like I said, the full amount for design for construction would be at $42 million, close to $3 million. That's not what we're asking for. We're asking for services completed where they completed the concept and the design work, not the construction documents.
Who changed the scope of work?
I think, well, from what I got, I think in the beginning of this project that only Fleet Shop 1 and Fleet Shop 2 was supposed to be included in the project, and then the fire department was added to it.
I think Madam Interim Administrator want to respond to that.
I do, sir. The scope of the project was already set under SPLOST 8 approval at the $6 million. It was to include both Shop 1, Shop 2, and the fire department. So the original scope has not changed. Excuse me, you asked who changed it. It was changed under Director Lampkin's tenure.
Interim Director Lampkin, again, who changed the scope of work?
I didn't change any scope of work. All I did was review the design documents for Fleet Shop, Fleet 1 and Fleet 2. Nothing changed. The project was the new fleet facility. Only thing I navigated with and I bought before you guys was where it was going to be built.
You know, this don't even smell right. This don't even feel right. This don't even look right. So we paying for services for drones knowing that we don't have the money at a tune of $257,589, knowing that we don't have the money.
Right.
And this is no different than agenda item number 24, which we owe JLA. We paying for services knowing that we don't have the money to build out. Why don't we do a little simple thing? Why don't we, kind of like how a lot of us older people were taught, don't buy unless you could pay for it.
Well, just for the record, what we're paying for this item for is the design and completion of the concept. So that was already approved. Now, once they designed it and came up with the concept, when they started calculating construction costs post-COVID, this is what you got for construction costs. So it was approved to you, I guess, at the time when it was, I'm not sure how the $6 million was budgeted or who came up with that budget, but after it was approved, they just finished the concept. So now we have the concept finished. Mind you, we don't have any construction drawings, nor construction documents. All we have is the concept that has been approved, and that's what the company was programmed to do.
Okay. With the scope of work that changed, was it approved by the commission to have this change order?
Like I said, I don't know anything about a scope of work changing. All we had was a design that was done, and that's all that's been done. The design to move Fleet Shop 1, Fleet Shop 2, and the fire into one location. So nothing has changed outside of that.
The interim administrator stated that's what the original design was for.
Right, so that's what we have in front of us.
Okay, no, sir. That's approve a change order for $257,000. That's a lot of money.
Right, that's based off the work that was completed because of what the construction cost estimated value is.
And if this item fails, what happens?
Then we will have some outstanding invoices for the engineering firm.
As I understand, this work is already being completed.
Right, because the concept work is already done.
It's already been done based on the firm receiving approval from somebody within this government.
So what happens was it was approved for the design and concept to be finished. So they finished that. Now we're in the phase where we go into construction drawings and documents, but we don't have the funds to do that because of the estimated cost. So that's why we've halted work.
Okay, all right. Let's give me a second. Let's go to the interim administrator.
Mayor Johnson, I think it's also key for this body to note that both the procurement department as well as the finance department only approved this item so it could be presented to you today. It was not approved with their consensus recommending approval. However, as the interim department director stated, work has been done. The vendor has completed the job, but it did not receive the approval for payment from procurement nor the finance department.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Garrett, you have the floor.
Well, this is two questions for two different people. Madam Administrator, where are the documents signing off on this work being completed? Where can we see that?
The department director should have all records and documentation regarding this matter.
Do you have the documentation?
Yes, I have all the.
Who signed off for allowing them to proceed with this work?
To proceed with design work? Well, like I said,
simple question. Who signed off on it? Who signed off for what's in front of us right now?
To begin, it would be the interim administrator because she started the project. Like I said, nothing has changed in the project. This is the design work that was approved and that was done. So we're paying them for the design work. We could not get a construction cost without completed design, basically.
All right, so these are not even the construction docs.
No, that's why I said that has not been done. Right.
Because typically construction docs are the ones that are based on a percentage of the total build, not.
Right, so it's based off the estimated construction cost is what they're 8% or whoever decided that they get 8.5% of the estimated construction cost.
But these aren't construction docs, these are just.
Right, so we still haven't even paid to go into the construction documents. That's correct. This is just for the design work.
Where's this funding coming from?
This funding, it was in SPLOST, design was put in SPLOST 7. So it's funding in SPLOST 7 to cover this, not out of the $6 million.
I understand that. So we have funding in SPLOST 7 to pay.
Right, for the fleet design, yes.
For this amount?
Right, we have the funds for that, to cover that, yes.
Can I hear from finance to clarify this, please?
All right, Tim, Deputy Director, can you come up? We just want to make sure that the money is there. And colleagues, we're not going to beleaguer this much longer. We may have to send this back to committee or something. We're not rushing the process. All right.
We're going to ask the questions when the questions are.
Okay, come on, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Tim, thanks for coming up.
Sure.
Is this money available in SPLOST 7 for this project?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to approve, and there's a second. We got a form here. All right, let's move on with it.
Question before we vote.
All right, Commissioner Johnson, come on with it.
There is funding in SPLOST 7 for this item, correct? I need you back at the podium, Tim. Out of that funding from SPLOST 7, once we approve this, what would be the remaining balance for this project alone?
Of SPLOST 7, I think it would be about $700,000. Then there'd be the $6 million in SPLOST 8 for the.
And any work going forward will need to be, anything that needs to be done that requires a payment will have to come before this body to be approved going forward, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, all right. I just want to put on the record so that we're not having to ask these questions again. Okay? All right. Well, I
No, it
don't
won't
wanna-
be any other work because we stopped construction, because we're at the construction phase and we don't have funding for the construction. So we stopped all work until this body approves more funding or we end up putting it in SPLOST 9 like I requested in my report.
Interim Director, are you in possession of all the plans that the vendor has presented?
Yes, it should have been in the packet, the design work that was done for that.
Thank you so
Yes,
much. All right,
correct.
colleagues.
An additional question. I wasn't done. I mean, I had a question. I was cut off. Would this motion need to then be changed to pay this bill versus to label it as a change order? Is the confusion a language issue, or is this in fact a change order?
It's a change order because of the amount of the 8.5% change.
So it is in fact a change order.
And it will cover that amount right there.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to help out. Just trying to help you out. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, you got it. You got it. All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion in a second. We got to vote on this. We got a quorum. Let's vote. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, we got plenty.
That motion carries 7-1, with Mr. Guilfoyle voting no, Mr. Bobby Williams and Mr. Franum out.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's move on now. That takes us to about number 22, right? No, 23. 23.
Item 23 is a motion to amend the Code of Augusta, Georgia, Article 1, Chapter 10B by repealing all sections and second reading waived, and to adopt a new local small business program code to become effective upon approval. Also add Chapter 10C, the Minority and Women Business Enterprise Ordinance, to include a protest provision.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hey, ladies, how are y'all?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Again, I'm Dr. Yolanda Jackson, the DBE Compliance Manager. This item was forwarded on to this commission by the committee last week. And I wanted to start out with just a couple of points of clarification. I know that there is some concern with our recommendation that the personal net worth be increased from $750,000 to $1.25 million as the personal net worth. And so what I wanted to make sure that you all understood was, as a firm is going through the certification process, the very first thing is, if that owner has a personal net worth of $1.25 million, they're not going to be eligible for the program anyway. Then, if we have a firm that is in the program and The hope is for this small business to be able to grow. If at some point the personal net worth of that owner or owners becomes $1.25 million or more, they will be graduated from the program. So it is not like we are trying to increase the personal net worth to have millionaires in the program, because that's not what we are doing. I do also want to provide you with a little bit of history behind that $750,000 personal net worth that was set. This net worth was set back in 1989, and this was when that amount is about what it costs to purchase goods and services back then. This $750,000 personal net worth remained unchanged without any regard for the effects of inflation until 2010, when USDOT and SBA then increased it to $1.3 million. Now, given the effects of inflation over the last 14 years, which is since it was last increased, USDOT recently increased the personal net worth to $2.046 million. So, however, we are only asking for 1.25. Again, I wanted to present this information to you, but please understand, whatever the will of this body is in terms of the personal net worth, we are willing to do that. But I did want you all to have the information as to why we were asking for the 1.25.
Dr. Jackson, thank you so much. I have a colleague in the queue, Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Yolanda Jackson, thank you for your presentation last week. I listened to it again yesterday, and Ms. Director Johnson, good to see you as well. I appreciate you bringing up the net worth. But the way I look at the net worth, it doesn't include a house, it doesn't include your capital assets as far as a company, but for somebody to hit 1.25 million, they established. And this my whole reason for, if I was going to support this, doing away with the goals of the LSBOP, and then supporting the MWBE, I want to help the small companies in Augusta, Richmond County. And the small companies doesn't have a chance if you got somebody where their net worth that doesn't include a house, which is, you know, the biggest asset that people have, or their capital assets within their business. So the person that, let's say if they had $1 million net worth, they could bid on everything and actually do pretty good at it. But I want to see the small business, since we are going to be focusing on the MWBE program. So I would like to change that back down to $750,000 so we could get the new companies to come in and prosper. That's my whole thing. The other thing that I have is underneath the LSBOP, what you're doing is you've done away with the goals. Why is that?
Because the new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, the new MWBE program, based on the disparity study and the findings of Griffin and Strong, that program will now become our goals program, our goals-based program.
Okay, what happens to the vendors that's part of the LSBOP program? That's not able to apply for the MWBE program.
So that's the reason why we are asking to revise the current local small business opportunity program. That's why we are revising that. So once the MWBE program becomes our new goals-based program, then the current program we have will become a local small business preference program. So there will be opportunity for anyone to bid on projects with the city of Augusta. One thing we have to also keep in mind, and I think I might have mentioned this last week, is anytime that you implement a race and gender conscious program, meaning that program is specifically based off race and gender, anytime that you implement that, you must have a race and gender neutral program as well. So that way, the city of Augusta is providing opportunities for all businesses regardless of race and gender because you have two programs.
Dr. Jackson, in the past, we have been sued before. This question is for Attorney Wayne Brown. Attorney Wayne Brown, I know that your department had looked at all the changes in this ordinance. Are we safe to say that we will not be liable for discrimination, et cetera?
We believe with the assessment and with the data that was collected during the disparity study that Augusta will have a legal basis for implementing both of these programs. But it is important to, in order to legally protect Augusta, is that you cannot just have a race and gender sensitive program. You must have preference programs that also have other bases, such as being local, such as being small. So that's why compliance has included and offering the local small business preference program with it. That way, no business is excluded. That's the basis. The basis of the trouble Augusta had last time is that they let the data become stale or old. Disparities have to be shown within a recent period of time, usually about 5 years, that given the situation in the market, that women, sometimes small businesses, minorities, will never, ever get a fair shake or opportunity to participate in government procurement.
Right. That's
But you have to have data to show it. It can't be one's personal perception or opinion. The
Right.
data is present. Griffin and Strong is a beyond seasoned disparity study firm. They have done work all over the country, going back for more than 25 or 30 years.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Dr. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
You stated last week that you'll have a committee to meet with the department directors on projects anywhere from $101,000 to $300,000 to determine what goals to set, what percentage is going to be the MWBE or the LSBOP. How is that committee determined?
So the goal setting committee will be for the MWBE program, and those projects, the budget for that is over $300,000. What you're speaking of, which is the $101,000 to $300,000, that is the threshold for the new local small business preference program. There is no goal setting committee for that because it's not a goal. However, we will have to have at a minimum 3 firms that are certified in our local small business program that can provide that particular service or product on that project before we say that it's going to be local vendor preference. So if we don't have at least 3, then it will not be a preference, and it will just be, there'll be a waiver for that.
Right, I got that written down
here. But the goal setting committee, based on what Griffin and Strong suggested, the goal setting committee would be a representative from the compliance department, a representative from the administrator's office, and of course, a representative from the department. And that committee would then get together, take a look at the scope of those projects. The department will let us know what scopes are available that these small business or these MWBE business can possibly provide. And then together, the goal setting committee will determine what the goal is going to be project by project.
Okay. But as far as the committee, for us to be a transparent organization, we have seen challenges in the past when things are being done where the commission is not cannot put eyes on it whatsoever because some OSCGA set a state law, whatever it is. Is there a problem if Super District 9 and Super District 10 appoints a business person to it to add value to that and for it to be transparent?
I'd have to ask legal
Attorney
for their
Brown, would that
opinion
be
on
a
that.
problem?
I do believe that would be problematic, Commissioner Guilfoyle. The procurement scheme and design for the state is that a sitting board needs to be completely out of procurement prior to the matter being presented to them by staff. The commission appointing things put the commission, any members of the commission, appointing someone to be on a goal setting would give the commission that participation. And to put it bluntly, there is a history, not of Augusta, but across the country, not just Georgia, but federal, when decision makers participate in procurement at a too early of a stage, it is ripe for misbehavior.
Attorney Brown, how can we be more transparent in this process?
I do not believe that this process is without transparency. Who will be in that is not picking a person, it's really the position. That position always is picked by the commission, but it's not, that position is not designed just to do this one activity. That avoids it. To pick someone for a committee by the commission is to pick someone to make procurement decisions about each project.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Brown. Dr. Jackson.
I want, if I may,
Absolutely.
Commissioner, I think the point of comfort commission should have is that if utilities is doing a project, they are going to be the lead in terms of setting goals, what kind of goals should be set, what's reasonable to be had to do it. On top of that, if you do not have 3 firms who can do that, the goal is not going to be there. So I think your trust would be in your subject matter expert, whether it's engineering, utilities, or finance. If finance is going out to get an auditor, it's not going to be the administrator and compliance who have expertise in auditing and finance. It's going to be the finance department. That person is picked by you for a host of things, all related to finance or engineering or utilities.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. As long as we have the administrator is going to recommend somebody to be on that committee, somebody from Director Johnson's team, and it'll be one other person apparently. How is this going to work with procurement? Hand in hand? Can you enlighten me on that?
It will work the same way it works now with our local small business opportunity program. When we set goals for that, it'll work the same way. There won't be any difference. I do want to piggyback on what Attorney Brown said. Even though the MWBE program is now going to be our goals-based program, we still would have to have at least at a minimum 3 firms that are certified in that program that can provide the particular scopes of services that the department have identified. If we don't have at least 3, we will issue a waiver for that particular project, meaning that there will be no goal placed on that project because we did not have enough available firms to do the work.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson,
You're welcome.
for answering all my questions. I'd like to make a motion to approve based on the total net worth being changed back to $750,000.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion to approve this item with the net worth changed
Ms. Scott,
with
changing that to
$750,000, second by Commissioner Scott. Seeing no colleagues in the queue. All right, Commissioner Scott, the floor is yours, madam.
Thank you. I would just like to thank Dr. Jackson, Ms. Johnson, and all the department heads. I know I've been a pain in your side with getting this done, but thank you so much for your hard and diligent work.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Mr. Director Johnson, we're voting, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Lewis, is he here? Okay. Ms. Johnson. That's unanimous.
Thank you so much. I want to give a congratulations to Commissioner Francine Scott for getting this done. Great work. Keep it up.
Thank you all.
Thank you all. Madam Clerk?
Let me just correct that. Commissioner Bobby Williams is out. I'm still counting 10, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right. Next item, number 24.
Okay. Item 24 is to approve additional funding for the purchase order 18 REC 416 to provide expanded scope of services related to Fleming Park in the amount of $460,400.50 with an included 15% contingency of $53,530.50 to Johnson LaShober and Associates PC.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Interim Director Lampkin.
All right, I know some questions about this item. So going back, I went and did some more research on this item. I also had our consulting firm and engineering firm, JLA, to come to the meeting as well. But just to give you some more background on this, so JLA has been paid from the original purchase order. So once the project was originally designed and the concepts and everything was approved, we had a tragedy that struck in the park in July of 2018. At that time, the project was put on hold. Then that resulted in another scope change of the project. At that time, JLA received an updated purchase order to revise the plans. When those plans were brought before commission, the mayor at the time did not agree with the concept, and it was sent back to design again. JLA then worked with staff to settle on presenting multiple concepts and cost estimates that eventually settled on design that we have now. This concept was approved by commission in November of 2022 by commission. In December of 2022, JLA sent the presented change order proposal, or what we have in front of you, Amendment 4, to Parks and Rec Director at the time to cover the expenses of the new or the concepts and the cost estimates that were provided, and then to get the project through to construction. So the cost that you see before you now is the change order for those items that were presented after they came back with when the mayor at that time did not approve, and then also so that we can get into construction of the project and then take us in the project manager of construction. That change order was presented in the amount of, at that time, in December 2022, $310,000, $320, which was 6.5% of the estimated construction cost, which at the time, the construction cost was about $5.3 million. Fast forward to 2 years later, now the total estimated construction cost with inflation is about $6 million. 6.5% of that is $356,870, which is what is asked for JLA at this time. Also included in that amount, and that's how you get the total $460,400.50, is the 15% contingency, which is $53,530.50, and then we have our reimbursable charges in there for anything, surveys, as-built, permitting, et cetera, that JLA may have to do at a cost of $50,000.
Thank you, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner Sean Franham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of your comments struck a chord with me on how you said the project was one, and then the former mayor didn't like it, so we changed the scope of the project. This also happened in the community center with the commissioner. My question is, and I guess I'm going to ask the administrator this, how do we stop this from happening? Like, this body ought to be voting on changes, not one commissioner or one mayor. And I mean, this is the second item that we're paying more for because one single person changed the scope.
Sir, if I remember correctly, the body did vote on it after it was originally presented. So I don't think it was a isolated individual that made a requested change, but the commission voted on it. But Director Lampkin would have to research and find the approval letter to prove that.
Okay. So, okay. All right. I'm going to let it go. Thank you.
All right. All right. Don't see anybody else in the queue, colleagues. What we're going to do? Is there a motion to approve this, or what we're going to do?
Motion to approve.
All right. There's a motion. There's a second. All right. All right. All right. All right. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Who was that second, Mr. Mayor? That was Mr. Franner?
Yep.
Okay. You voting, Ms. McKnight? Mr. Mayor, you voting?
I already did.
Did you vote?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think I did.
That motion carries with Mr. Bobby Williams out.
All right, Madam Clerk, we got a couple more here. 25.
25 is to receive as information a presentation by Malden and Jenkins of the result of the 2023 financial audit.
All right. All right, Deputy Director. I don't know. Sir, I want to thank you for your patience.
You're welcome.
Thank you for being, it's been a long one, so appreciate it.
Excuse me for 1 second.
No, we ain't gonna be out there, but.
Good afternoon again. We have completed our 2023 audit. I'd like to introduce David Irwin, the partner in charge of our audit, to go over the results with you.
Thank you, sir. All right, sir, for the record, I need you to say your name. So I think we know you represent.
David Irwin.
David Irwin, all right.
How do I? Here? Okay. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you all are doing well. Again, my name is David Irwin. I'm with Malden Jenkins. Good to see you all again. I was the partner who oversaw this year's audit of the city's financial statements, the government's financial statements, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this afternoon to discuss the results of this year's audit. Don't want to take up too much of your time, but the purpose of today's presentation is to provide you all an overview of our independent auditor's report, talk about the results of the 2 compliance reports that we issue in conjunction with the audit, hit a few of the financial statement highlights, discuss some information that the auditing standards requires that we communicate to you all, and then finally, obviously, answer any questions that you all may have. For those of you who may not be familiar with our firm, I did want to take a minute to kind of introduce ourselves. We are a large regional firm. We have 13 offices in 5 states. We currently serve over 650 governments in the Southeast. That includes over 100 cities in Georgia and over 50 counties in Georgia. Cities similar to your size that we audit include the city of Atlanta, Savannah, Columbus, Muskogee County, and Macon-Bibb County. We have around 40 partners and managers who spend 100% of their time auditing state and local governments. So, you know, again, while a lot of firms kind of view governmental auditing as something to keep their staff busy outside of tax season, for our core group, there is no tax season. You know, our sole focus is on serving state and local government. So, again, just a little bit about us, and we certainly appreciate the opportunity to be of service to the government. Now, the financial statements themselves, they are the responsibility of management and members of the board. As your independent external auditors, our responsibility is to issue an opinion on these statements. We conduct our audit in accordance with governmental auditing standards and generally accepted auditing standards, and I'm happy to say that we're issuing a clean or unmodified opinion on this year's report. Again, this is what you want. This is the highest level of assurance that we can provide as your external auditor. What this means is that in our opinion, the financial statements are considered to be fairly presented in all material respects in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Again, as part of the audit, there are two compliance reports that we issue. One is the single audit report. Again, a single audit is a compliance audit that is required when an entity has over $750,000 in federal expenditures in any given year. You all had a little over $58 million of federal expenditures this year. Which resulted in us having to perform a single audit on 4 major programs, one of which was your ARPA expenditures. As was the case with the financial audit, we are issuing a clean or unmodified opinion on the single audit as well. The second compliance report is the Yellow Book report. Again, this is a report on the government's internal controls and your compliance with various laws and regulations. And I'm happy to say that we do not have any audit findings reported to you all this year, meaning we noted no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the government's internal controls during our audit. And, you know, as I mentioned to you all before, with Augusta being one of the largest cities in the state, there's obviously a significant amount of financial activity for which you all have to account for. In addition, with all the new accounting standards that are being implemented each year, and really just how complex the financial reporting process has become, it makes it all the more impressive for me to be able to sit here this evening and present to you an audit that not only has a clean opinion, but with no audit findings. So again, that's certainly something that you all should be proud of. I do want to thank Donna, Tim, and the Finance Department for all their hard work in getting this audit finalized. You know, with the cybersecurity breach that you all had last year, resulted in the delay of getting the 2022 audit completed. We essentially did 2 years worth of audits within an 8-month span. So your finance department, they were very accommodating to our audit team, worked hard to address all of our questions and get us all the necessary information that we needed to get the audit finalized by the June 30 deadline. So again, just want to thank them for their hard work. Now for a brief overview of your financial statements. You all prepare what is called an annual comprehensive financial report, otherwise known as an ACFR. An ACFR includes the inclusion of additional information that goes above and beyond the basic financial reporting requirements. This document is submitted annually to the Government Finance Officers Association, otherwise known as the GFOA, where they put it through a pretty stringent review process. They not only have their professional staff, but they also have a special review committee that looks at your report. And, you know, when they look at the government's ACFR, their goal is not to assess the financial health of the government. What they want to do is make sure that the necessary information is included in your report so the readers of your financial statements can do so themselves. And through this review, the government has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for FY22, and that certificate is included in this year's report. I do believe this is the 8th year in a row that you all have been awarded this certificate. So again, just another example of you going above and beyond the basic reporting requirements and continue to raise the bar. So your financial statements is an impressive document. It's a very detailed document, and again, it's something that you all should be proud of. As you look through the report, you know, one section I always like to point out is the Management's Discussion Analysis, otherwise known as the MD&A. It begins on page 5 of your financial statements when you all get a copy of it. It's right after our audit opinion. I always strongly encourage everyone to read the MD&A. The purpose of the MD&A is really just to make it easier for a broader audience to use and better understand your financial statements. And it does this by providing a financial narrative from management's perspective. So, you know, if you ever have any kind of questions on any fluctuations in activity, anything unique or unusual that occurred during the year, oftentimes you can find your answer within the MD&A. In addition, there's a lot of comparative information in that section that discloses financial activity for both fiscal year 23 and 22, which to me adds a lot of value to the reader. You know, it's a lot easier to understand the current year activity when you have the prior year numbers there for comparative purposes. So again, if you can, I would strongly encourage everyone to read the MD&A. The government's basic financial statements, they're broken down into 3 components, the first of which is your government-wide statements. The government-wide statements, they provide a broad view of the government's operations in a manner similar to what you would see in a private sector business. All of the funds are combined into 1 or 2 columns depending on the nature of the fund. You have a column for your governmental activities, and you have a separate column for your business-type activities. But we have a slide here that summarizes the government's financial activity for the year from the government-wide perspective. As you can see, government ended the year with assets and deferred outflows of resources of around $2.4 billion. Of that amount, around $1.6 billion are your capital assets net of accumulated depreciation. Again, that's your land, your buildings, your utility systems, your machinery and equipment, et cetera. Total liabilities and deferred inflows of resources were approximately $1 billion. Of that amount, around $784 million are long-term in nature, meaning they're not due, they're not payable in the next fiscal year. Revenues were approximately $590 million. That's around a $53 million increase compared to FY22. Expenses were around $514 million. That was an increase of about $25 million compared to prior year. So this resulted in an ending net position of approximately $1.4 billion, which represents an increase of around $76 million for the year. So all in all, a good year for the government from an NEY perspective. You know, the increase in revenues was around $28 million higher than your increase in expenses. So this resulted in you all, again, having that $76 million increase in your net position, which was around 6%. So again, good year for you all. The second component of your financial statements are the fund level statements. You know, this is what you all typically see throughout the year. The fund level statements, they focus on individual parts of the government and report your operations in more detail than that of the entity-wide. So, you know, of all the governmental funds that you all have, if I'm in your shoes, my primary focus is the general fund. Again, the general fund is the main operating fund of the city, and it accounts for the majority of your revenues received and funds expended. But we have a chart here that shows the general fund's revenues for the year. Again, this is just for the general fund. But total revenues were around $184.6 million. That's around a $13.2 million increase compared to FY22. Obviously, the majority of your revenues are derived from taxes, which is a little over $136 million. To kind of break that down a little further, property taxes were $62.2 million. Franchise taxes were around $24 million, and your sales taxes were approximately $45.2 million. This next chart breaks out the general fund's expenditures by function. Total expenditures are around $184.6 million. That's around a $14 million increase compared to 2022. Once again, you know, no surprise, the majority or a significant portion of your expenditures was for public safety, which was around $80.6 million. That accounts for around 44% of the general fund's total expenditures, and that's really right in line with what we typically see of other governments your size. The city also had general government expenditures of $45.6 million and judicial expenditures of $27 million. When you factor in other financing sources such as proceeds from the sales of assets and transfers to and from other funds, the general fund's fund balance increased approximately $7.2 million for an ending balance of $61.5 million for the year. This next chart shows the fund balance history of the general fund over the past 5 years. You know, as I've mentioned to you all before, it's always interesting to kind of look at charts like this and reflect back on where you were compared to where things currently stand. And, you know, as you can see, your fund balance continues to increase, especially over the past 3 years. 2020 was obviously a unique year due to COVID. But, you know, with everything that's gone on over the past 5 years, and the economic uncertainty that has followed it, it's impressive to see, you know, how you all have consistently been able to stay within budget and continue to increase your fund balance. So that's certainly something that the board, management, really everyone involved in the government should be proud of and commended for. And one thing, when I talk about fund balance, I always like to remind people that fund balance isn't what you all have in the form of cash. Fund balance is the difference between assets and liabilities, only a portion of which is cash. Additionally, another thing to keep in mind, the general fund incurs expenditures of approximately $15.3 million per month. So you all ended the year with a fund balance equal to approximately 3.5 months worth of your operating expenditures. And again, with you all being a December 31st year in, that fund balance is certainly needed to cover expenditures into the next fiscal year. As I did last year, I included a chart that compares the general fund's unassigned fund balance for 2022 and 2023 with the city's fund balance policy. I believe your fund balance policy was revised last year with a goal to maintain between 120 and 150 days of operating expenditures. So I've included both of those ranges in this bar chart. You know, as you can see on this slide, you know, and I mentioned earlier, you're doing a good job of continuing to increase your fund balance. It's still around $5 million lower than your revised fund balance policy. So again, while the goal is to have a fund balance, an unassigned fund balance between 120 and 150 days, your fund balance as of year end was around 109 days. So you're doing a good job. You're certainly trending in the right direction, and they're closing in on that minimum threshold. And, not to belabor the point, but one further comment on this. A question I'm often asked, is as long as we're able to pay our current obligations, what's the point of maintaining a strong fund balance? And there's several reasons for this. One of which being, property taxes represent a significant portion of your revenue, and it's cyclical in nature. So a strong fund balance provides you all the cash flows necessary to cover expenditures during the months in which your revenues are lower than they are during other times of the year. Other reasons, to cover significant emergencies and unanticipated expenditures. It provides you all with the flexibility to fund discretionary spending. There's a potential for better interest rates when you all go to the market, so it saves you money. And it's definitely important in uncertain economic times. And we've seen that, right? From the financial crisis back in 2008 to the global pandemic in 2020 to weather-related issues. It sounds like we're having right now. The weather-related issues that we sometimes have to deal with here in the South. If I'm in your shoes, it's good to see that you all are continuing to increase your fund balance to cover those unanticipated instances or events. So again, hats off to you all on that. One other governmental fund I do want to briefly mention is your Fire Protection Fund. You all use this fund for receipts and disbursements of tax revenues for fire protection services. The primary revenues from this fund are your ad valorem taxes and your insurance premium taxes. But this chart shows the financial history of the Fire Protection Fund over the past 5 years. It includes revenues, expenditures, other financing sources, and then your fund balance. Again, other financing sources here, those are monies that are transferred in from the Urban Service District Fund. So as you can see on this chart, expenditures consistently exceed revenues, but that deficit is offset by those other financing sources. So much like the general fund, the revenues for the Fire Protection Fund are cyclical in nature. So the fund balance as of year end is definitely needed to fund operations into the next fiscal year. A couple of the funds I want to briefly mention are the city's 4 major enterprise funds, which is the Water Sewer Fund, your garbage collection, your airport, and your stormwater utility fund. Enterprise funds are used to account for operations in a manner similar to that of a private sector business. The goal of these funds are to be self-sufficient, to generate sufficient operating revenues to cover their operating expenses. And as you can see on this chart, the Water and Sewer Fund, it continues to do quite well at the end of the year with operating income of $19 million. The other 3 funds had relatively small operating losses this year. However, most of these losses were offset by non-operating revenues, capital contributions, and transfers to and from other funds. The Garbage Collection Fund, its net position had a slight decrease this year of a little over $200,000, but the other 3 funds had an increase in their respective net position. So again, overall, they're in good financial shape, and that's certainly what you want to see at your enterprise funds. One final item to discuss with you all, again, is just certain information that the auditing standards requires that we communicate. With you all receiving a clean opinion, no audit findings, the information on the slide is essentially a formality, but we received full cooperation from management staff. There were no disagreements with management on any kind of accounting-related issues that would have affected the financial statements. There were no significant issues discussed with management that would have affected the financial statements. There are no uncorrected misstatements. And again, we are independent of the government as required by government auditing standards. And with that, unless anybody has any questions, that concludes my presentation. Again, there's a lot of information in the report. I believe it'll be on the government's website at the end of this meeting, and you all will have car copies shortly. But again, certainly appreciate the opportunity to be of service to you all, and thanks again for your staff for all their hard work. And we certainly appreciate the opportunity to be of service, and look forward to working in the future.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate the presentation. The chair recognizes Commissioner Sean Freiner from DeSoto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we go back a couple slides to the fire fund, stormwater? One more. Nope, there we go. Just for clarity, what's interesting is when we had the stormwater discussion last year, whenever the last time we had it, we acted like we didn't spend all the money. And it looks like we've overspent the money, so that's interesting. The garbage collection we fixed this year because we increased the rates. So that should be fixed and not be a deficit in the previous year. And then the other question was on the fire fund. You talked about, if you can go to that, yeah, is it pretty common to see that in governments?
Correct.
Is that pretty common?
Yes.
Because I know some people want to go up on this fund. I've talked about going up on the fire fund, so I kind of wanted to hear that from you. And then because I missed it and I apologize, the general fund totals, revenues versus expenses, did you show that in a screen? Because I missed it if you did.
We had two charts here.
Okay.
General fund revenues and
Total,
expenditures.
what was the difference in the gap of total, in the, like, what did we bring in and what did we expenditure out?
Well, your increase in fund balance was, let me go back to my notes here.
Can you tell me the general fund revenue and the general fund expense?
Yeah, your general fund revenue was 184.6.
Okay.
And your expenditures were right around that as well.
Oh, so it was right at it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But 184. Okay.
Yep.
So, but then the one slide said that we went up from 48 million to 76 million. Am I right in saying that?
Your fund balance?
Yeah. No, not the fund, the assets, I guess. If you keep going back, it was on a couple of screens. It was like a bunch of bullets. There it is. The net position increased almost 30 million based on assets and everything.
Well, this is the entity-wide level.
Yeah.
So this includes all the funds of the city or
Yeah.
the government.
Yeah, I just, people want to act like we don't have money or we're not in a good state. And it's evident that we're in a pretty good state. Actually, a real good state, which we've had a balanced budget every year I've been up here. So again, thank you all for coming out. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you go back a few slides? Let's see here. Go back to the, keep going for me. Keep going. I believe it was, yep, right here. Right here. You mentioned that there are some areas that had a loss. What was the reason for that, for the loss? Did you mention that?
The water sewer fund had an operating income of 19
to you,
million.
right?
These other funds had minor losses. And then again, that's operating losses. That doesn't include, I'm sorry. That doesn't include your non-operating revenues. That doesn't include your transfers in from other funds. So again, the only fund that had a decrease in their net position was your garbage collection fund. All these other funds actually had an increase in your net position. So
And
again,
is that
this
anything to
slide
be
is
concerned
only
about?
your-
Is there anything to be concerned about with that?
No.
Okay, all right, okay. Mr. Mayor, motion to approve as information.
All right, no, there's a motion. Maybe we could do this without objection. Is there anybody objecting to receiving this as information? Madam Clerk, seeing none, we're receiving this as information without objection. And we got one last item on the agenda before we excuse to a legal session briefly. It's number 26.
Item 26 is to approve rebidding the RFP solicitation for audit services in association with Augusta Parks and Recreation Department.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Garrett, I think this is your item, sir. You have the floor.
It is, but I believe that Commissioner Johnson actually had some questions in regards to this.
Yeah, I just wanted us to have a conversation versus consenting it. I know that we've had a few conversations prior to today with our procurement director and others, but I wanted to just hear your position on it before we just consented an item.
Yeah, the reason that this was placed back on the agenda was to just go back out for bids again. Hopefully it'll be a cleaner process this time where there's not so many issues that came up as last time. So that's why this is in front of us. So I make a motion to approve rebidding the RFP solicitation for audit services for Augusta Parks and Rec.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Seeing no colleagues in the queue, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Ms. McKnight. That motion carries 6-3 with Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, and Ms. Scott voting no.
Ms. Bone,
I put no in it, put it, and then has me as a yes.
Well, that's after the vote's published, sir. We could have done it prior to.
Parliamentary
Before she
entry-
announced it, you could have changed it.
All right, there's a parliamentary.
But the record will show that he had intended to vote no.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a way for us to reconsider that vote?
Yes.
Motion for reconsideration to give my colleague a chance to write his vote.
All right, there's a motion and there's a second. Commissioner Guilfoyle, before you vote, you in the queue?
Yeah, I was actually I thought this agenda item was already done, but apparently not.
All right, so there's a motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, we're voting. Wait a second. There's been another parliamentary question. Madam Attorney.
What's your question, sir?
Just want to make sure that we're able to proceed like this, even though the vote's been posted.
Well, after the, yes, go ahead. You can go ahead and proceed. General counsel has already chimed.
That motion fails.
Thank you, madam.
4-5. With Mr. Johnson voting no.
That was for the reconsideration. Okay, don't be, hold on now. Just want to get clarity. Gotcha. I was ready to vote no, I'm sorry. So let's reconsider that vote again. I confused myself. Relax. Wanted to make sure that I missed the vote. I got you.
Okay, well, this one failed, so let's see. Let me just go ahead on and record this one.
We're going to get it right.
Voting yes, Ms. McKnight, Mr. Franham, Mr. Guilfoyle, and Mayor Johnson.
Let's relax.
Voting no is Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Tony Lewis, Mr. Brandon Garrett, Ms. Francine Scott. Okay. Now we need a motion for reconsideration of this vote.
Motion reconsideration.
Do we have a second, Mr. Mayor?
There's a motion.
Second.
All right, there's a second from Commissioner Pulliam. All right.
This is only the vote.
Can we hear
Yes,
from our
sir.
attorney?
Just
The
to
previous
reconsider.
All right. What was the
We've been
question?
here
There's a
all day,
question
okay?
to hear from. All right, Attorney Brown, you need to chime in this. We in order?
Yes, you are. You're not voting on the subject matter. You're just simply voting to have the matter reconsidered.
I am aware
Then
of-
subsequent to that, there would be a substantive motion. This is a procedural motion.
Right.
All right. There's a motion and there's a proper second. Madam Clerk, let's vote.
Ms. McKnight, are you voting? That motion carries 6-3 with Mr. Garrett, Mr. Guilfoyle, and the mayor voting no.
All right. Now we're back to the original.
Do we need to restate the motion?
Yes, sir.
Motion to approve as stated.
All right. There's a motion and there's a second. All right, Madam
Is
Clerk.
it clear what the motion is?
Madam Clerk, for the record, can you, it's on the record. It's on the screen.
Okay.
What are we doing, Mayor? Are we clarifying, or are you just?
Just
you're
clarifying.
okay?
Just clarify the motion for the
The
record.
motion is to approve rebidding the RFP solicitation for the audit services in association with Augusta Parks and Recreation Department.
All right. Colleagues, we're voting.
That motion fails 5-4
Point of privilege, Mr.
with
Mayor.
Mr. Johnson, Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Tony Lewis, and Ms. Francine Scott voting no.
All right, Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle has asked for a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, agenda item number 3, motion to amend the ordinance. Had put a motion to approve based on the changing the total net worth back to $750,000. And I need to add in and waive the second reading, if my colleagues don't mind, so it does not have to come back before us, and we could actually have Dr. Jackson and Ms. Johnson go ahead and proceed on the LSBOP program.
All right, Commissioner Scott.
Waive, already in there.
It's already in there. We have to do that. It's in the, no, but it's in the agenda item.
My motion was to approve based on.
But he did make the change.
He made the dollar amount change.
But he didn't have the second reading.
I believe the second reading is waived. What the change Mr. Guilfoyle made was to approve the motion, except for reducing it to 750.
I just wanted to make sure that we good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So he did.
All right. Madam
We
Clerk,
have one item
does
here.
that conclude our business before, or do we adjourn and then go to legal, or?
Wait just a moment. Yeah, our addendum item, let's wait for the attorney.
Yes, all right. Attorney Brown, there's an addendum
Brown, is
item.
this item for the regular agenda? The motion to discuss hiring process for the general counsel's
We have to-
position.
Yeah, so we're going to adjourn this meeting if that concludes our business. No, not adjourn. Need a motion, noted the last line. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, can you read the motion, please?
Is that it?
Thank you. Mayor Johnson, the motion I believe you're referring to appropriate this time to go into executive session for discussion of personnel.
All right.
Motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Commissioner Franham, Commissioner McKnight. All right. Colleagues, we're voting.
Boy, I can tell we got some hungry people. I'm starving. I gotta go eat a sandwich.
Mr. Lewis, he's already gone.
Commissioner Lewis, I need you to.
Commissioner Lewis, can you? Commissioner Lewis, can you give your?
It's unanimous.
All right, we're now suspended to executive session.
All right.
like,
That was a big plus when you first came up.
when you say that, do you mean they're going to meet with them separately, or are they going to be in the room?
Yep, she did it when I did it.
Should be paying for you.
Ain't pay for my lease Augusta.
They ain't going to pay for it. I wish. You pay for half of it.
If
I'm
you
only
have to
here
pay
for
for
half.
this yourself, you're crazy for not doing it because you'll get your money back. But your connections and your ability to do anything.
That's why I want to do it.
All right, we're ready. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson, Commissioners. We will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Frenner.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
Mrs. Pulliam.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Guilfoyle.
Yes, ma'am. I tell you what, the mayor's going to be exhausted from exercising his right to vote.
My thumb hurting already.
Jesus.
Thumb.
Stop it.
That motion carries.
All right. Attorney Brown, are there any motions as a result of executive session?
No, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk.
No, sir.
All right, Madam Clerk, I think there's an agenda item that we need to address in the form of a motion, please.
Motion to discuss hiring process for the general counsel's position.
Motion to approve.
Can I
No.
talk about some stuff? Can I get the floor?
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Slow
Mr.
down.
Mayor.
Commissioner Frenham.
So, as being, we've hired a lot of people in this government, and making sure that the process is pure and open. I would like to see these candidates, once we are given the candidates, interviewed in a public setting. Also, my thoughts were, well, another colleague, but I'm going to bring it up, was that does any of the colleagues have any objection to the directors having at least an interview with the candidates as well?
I see Attorney Brown.
But I see you're shaking your head.
I see you.
I would think particularly, I'm not trying to venture into other directors' position, but as a general counsel, I do not think it would be appropriate for.
We used to do it that way.
I don't know if they ever did it that way for a general counsel.
Well, we did do it.
Certainly
You're
not since
correct in that.
2008.
You're correct in that. I don't know that we did it for general counsel, but I think we did it for.
I think above all, the board may want always to have their general counsel completely independent, not loyal to anybody who voted for them, and not having an axe to grind later on in rendering legal opinions for people who came against them. So I think you want to keep your general counsel strictly belonging to the commission and no one else.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. And
that's just my idea of it. That
All right, thank you,
your general
Attorney
counsel
Brown.
separate from directors.
All right, and
I'll let it go.
All right.
Make a motion that we have the candidates in an open setting in the next 3 weeks.
All right, there's a motion from Commissioner Frenham and a second from Commissioner McKnight. All right, Madam Clerk, we're voting. Open session.
3 weeks.
3 weeks. Within 3 weeks. Within 3 weeks. All right. All right, Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Franham.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. McKnight.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Pulliam.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Guilfoyle. Yes, ma'am. All right, that motion carries.
All right, thank you so much. Does that conclude our business? If so, this meeting is hereby adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.